Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate Chamber. signed, Senate chamber, 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 signed, Senate chamber. Signed. 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 Senate chamber. signed, Senate chamber, 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 signed, Senate chamber. Signed. 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 Senate chamber. signed, Senate chamber, 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 signed, Senate Chamber. Signed. 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 Senate chamber. Sound. Senate chamber. Sound. Senate chamber. Sound.
Session.
Marion.
We have hands. What's this? We're open chair.
Okay, welcome members to the 84th meeting of the Committee for Finance in the 22 to 27 mandate. Members, the committee meeting will be recorded online and will be available throughout Parliament buildings. It'll be broadcast throughout Parliament buildings, I should say. As always, those in the public gallery and members use your phones either in airplane mode or muted. Not permitted to photograph any of the meeting. Agenda item 1 is apologies. Thus far, we only have one apology. That's from Brian Kingston. We have one member joining us remotely and potentially another member joining us later. Agenda item 2 is declaration of interests. Members are obliged to declare relevant interest and of interest they wish to declare. No, in that case, we will go straight into agenda item 3, which is our oral hearing on the performance and culture of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. At page 7 of the briefing pack, there is a clerk's memo on the oral briefing that we're having from the head of the Civil Service. Papers also include correspondence and written statement from the head of the Civil Service. Yes, sorry, I should have done that initially. I presume members are agreed that Hansard will record this briefing. Agreed. We also have in your briefing pack a DALO readout, which includes accountability lines for the objectives and responsibilities within the Northern Ireland Civil Service People Strategy. It's at page 22. The full NIAO report on leading and resourcing the NI Civil Service and the associated media release. The NIAO report on ministerial directions, a report from Pivotal, a University of Ulster content and relevant recent Hansard transcripts. We also have, members, for your reference, a submission from an individual to the Northern Ireland Civil Service inquiry, someone who's got in touch with us. That's relevant. It's at page 258, and another submission from an individual, which is page 3 of the table pack. We will have the opportunity to discuss these later. Now, there are hard copies of various things that have been provided to you for ease of use for the purposes of this session. It is an extremely important session, and so there's a range of other questions. One particular issue that has come up relates to a particular member staff of the Civil Service. We may have to go into closed session to discuss that. We appreciate there are that may need to happen if it comes up. Now, we will welcome to hear from us. First of all, we have Dr. Shane Brady, who is head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, Jill Min, who's Deputy Secretary of People and Organisational Development, and Catherine Shannon, who is head of NICS HR. You're all extremely welcome. I should say, before I ask Jane to provide an opening statement, that though we are kind of operating in some ways in loco PAC in relation to following up on the NIAO report, this is also part of a bigger and more thematic inquiry into the performance and culture in the Northern Ireland Civil Service. It's an extremely important subject for, I think, the public and for policy delivery and for how our government works here. So we aren't just looking at the NIAO report, but we appreciate your coming and updating us on that Audit Office report, and obviously that will form part of our questions and our inquiry. It's also worth saying, as well as appreciating the time of the officials, particularly the head of the Civil Service here with us today, we do value the work of all civil servants in Northern Ireland. We appreciate they operate under pressure, particularly in recent years, often very unusual circumstances, and work hard to deliver public services. I think it's in their interest that we ask questions and obviously hold their leaders to account too. So I hope people appreciate that it's in that spirit that we're having this inquiry. But over to you. Thank you very much, Jane Brady, Jill and Catherine, for coming to see us. Please make an opening statement, and members indicate should you wish to ask a question.
And members of committee, thank you so much for the invitation. And as you reference, I welcome the committee's inquiry into the performance and culture of the Northern Ireland Civil Service and your focus on people, leadership and management practice as central to better public service delivery. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report, follow-up report on leading and resourcing, sets out clearly the scale of the challenges facing the civil service and the need for sustained pace and consistency in delivery. And I welcome that scrutiny. It is right that the civil service is held to account for outcomes and for value for money, not simply for strategies or indeed intentions. I recognise the committee's concern about whether the system has moved fast enough. This underlines the importance of clear priorities, effective oversight, and being able to demonstrate progress in a transparent but also in a credible way. Over the past year, the People Strategy has moved from a set of commitments to active delivery. Governance has been strengthened, responsibilities clarified, and practical foundations put in place across recruitment, workforce planning, job architecture, policy renewal, leadership development, and support for managers. This work is about improving how the system operates day to day. Despite the unique and the complex constitutional position of the civil service, I have taken clear, practical steps to strengthen system leadership and the accountability. I concluded a permanent secretary competition, appointing 4 new permanent secretaries through open competition with skills matched to posts and endorsed by ministers. Permanent secretaries sponsor key people strategy, workforce renewal initiatives, and delivery is explicitly reflected in their performance and accountability arrangements through their PPAs. Alongside this, I've maintained regular, structured and constructive engagement with the civil service trade union side. Trade unions are engaged early on the people strategy priorities, including workforce reform, policy renewal and pay and reward. And that engagement supports delivery, helps resolve issues early and sustains confidence as we move from design into important implementation, while accountability for delivery remains clear. In parallel, we have strengthened oversight of vacancy management and workforce controls, because this is where delivery credibility is tested. Management information has been improved through corporate dashboards, including a dedicated vacancy management dashboard, and engagement with departments is now more regular and structured. This supports clearer prioritisation, better sequencing of recruitment activity, and more informed decisions about affordability and delivery, with accountability for workforce demand decisions remaining firmly with departments and, of course, ministers. I recently wrote to all accounting officers to set out the executive approach for a short, time-bound and practical approach to applying a consistent grip on the workforce decisions across the Northern Ireland Civil Service, particularly in recruitment. The principles to this approach are: vacancies should not be filled automatically on a like-for-like basis. Departments should be able to demonstrate that affordability and essentiality have been tested and that alternatives to recruitment considered. Decisions should be evidence-based, drawing on existing workforce plans, dashboards and management information. And where roles are critical, these should be clearly evidenced. Temporary solutions, including temporary promotions, should be time-limited and kept under review. And staff and trade unions should be engaged appropriately and Section 75 considerations addressed where relevant. In short, no new recruitment will be launched in the Northern Ireland Civil Service without this process being followed. Nix HR is providing each department with a list of its live cases and ask for a simple confirmation by a accounting officer that each vacancy remains affordable and prioritised under the control, or alternatively should be paused or withdrawn. And let me be clear about accountability more broadly. As head of the civil service, my role is to set direction, strengthen governance and hold senior civil servants and leaders collectively to account for delivery. Departments led by their permanent secretary and ministers remain responsible for day-to-day operational, people management, resourcing decisions and service delivery. A people strategy master plan will be completed by the end of June, having completed Year 1 delivery and continuing with Year 2 delivery. This provides a simple, integrated roadmap through to 2030, setting out sequencing, dependencies, targets and the limited set of system measures we will use to demonstrate progress. Its purpose is to embed delivery discipline across the system, not to produce another plan. Through people strategy delivery, workforce renewal is based on 3 practical levers that matter most to performance: culture and value for money. A clearer workforce model through job, families and professions, strategic workforce planning to move from reactive to planned workforce management, and renewed people policies with a strong emphasis on consistent implementation in practice. If this approach is working, we will see tangible outcomes, faster recruitment into priority roles, reduced reliance on long-running temporary promotions and affordable agency use, clearer justification for workforce size and structure, and more consistent people management practice across departments. I look forward to the committee's questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I suppose the first question is really around like a horizon view. So over the last decade, we've had the RHI inquiry at the very significant cost to the public purse, including in this room. We've had a very serious report from the Northern Ireland Audit Office in 2020 calling for fundamental reform of the civil service, particularly around workforce. We've had then a scathing follow-up from the Public Accounts Committee report. And now what has to be said is a report earlier this year from the National Audit Office, which is also fairly scathing in terms of lack of reform of the Northern Ireland civil service. So I think it's fairly clear to even the most fair-minded observer that reform simply has fallen very far short of what people had a right to expect. What, in your view, has gone wrong?
I welcome the further and follow-up reports, particularly from the Audit Office, and the response on the commitments. And you're right, the pace of change hasn't been as we would have hoped. The Audit Office report said that 5 of the recommendations were delivered and 13 partially delivered, and that's 78%, with five still not to be met.
That's how you count, I suppose, if you count partially delivered. If you're talking glass half full, or we don't know how partly is, though. We don't know whether it's slightly delivered or mostly delivered.
I know, and I absolutely take that point. As they has classified, that was partially and delivered. And I recognise that isn't the pace that we should expect, both for ministers and for the executive. And the PAC recommendations, again, that 5 are achieved, 5 partially achieved, and 2 not to be achieved. We agree fully with all the recommendations that have come out in the follow-up report from the Audit Office, and indeed those that are entrenched in the people strategy, and that was reflected in their responses. And it is not the debate over what is the right thing to do. This is about the pace and the delivery and the outcomes. I don't want to sit here and bring any excuses to bear. The pace isn't as we would have wished. The context in that scenario was obviously a collapsed executive for 2 years, 5 months from me being in post, that was collapsed, and we moved forward with some of those initiatives. We put in place the people plan to get some of the fundamentals right in terms of the restored executive, and progress has been made of that. We put a lot of effort into the consultation and the people strategy and engaged. And now we're here, and the impetus will be in fulfilling those further recommendations from that in delivery of the people strategy, and getting some of the fundamentals in place. Okay, well,
you mentioned measurable targets, and I want to move on to that because with respect, your statement, I think you talked about a lot of the correct themes, but the statement we've had from you, both in written and oral terms, wasn't hugely specific in terms of targets. And that might be one comment some might make about the people strategy. So just to pick a couple of areas where we know there are outstanding challenges, in terms of the volume of the Northern Ireland Civil Service who are in temporary promotion, is there, so it's 13% of the total headcount, according to the NIA report, is on temporary promotion. What is the target to reduce that, and by what date?
So we will talk to some of the objectives there. I think there's 3.7k that are currently in TPs, and there are recruitment competitions in place in terms of fulfilling those, which are included as vacancies. At an SCS level, if you give you example from what I have delivered, so we performed the recruitment for the permanent secretaries to remove all the TPs from that level. We are undertaking a process for recruitment and for closing the TPs at the grade 3 level. Again, that has been informed by the workforce grip measures that were put in place, looking towards the skills base for that to make sure that they're affordable given the budget context we're in, and we're also that we're not supporting a like for like, also to look towards those workforce measures, those spans of control. It would be my objective to have no TPs other than where those were required at an SCS level for the end of this year. That would be both at grade 3 and a grade 5.
By the end of this year, you want no temporary promotions in the senior civil service at all?
Yes, from a grade 3 and a grade 5, unless that, and there can be strategic reasons for having temporary promotions in place where it is a time-bound piece of work, where there is an objective to have that removed. Where the job is being reevaluated, I think the workforce professions make it really clear that we cannot just replace a like for like. We cannot sleepwalk into doing the same things. So some of those roles are under evaluation, particularly in the area.
So that's in the SCS, but it's really important to be specific because, I mean, you mentioned it's gone to 3.7k. That's even higher. I mean, that's a significant increase on the 3,200, which is in the NIAO report. Presumably that's from data late last year, so it's going up rather than down. But so just so I'm clear, in relation to what is now the 3.7k, is there what, by the time of the end of the current people strategy, what is the target? I appreciate the target might not be met, and targets are often set in order to be aimed at rather than met, in order to hold leaders like yourself to account. So what is the target for where that overall number should be, and by when, not just the SCS?
I'll bring my colleague Catherine to speak about some of the further progress that we've had with the capacity to fill competitions. There has been a number of volume competitions seeking to fulfil those areas, particularly for work and pensions, which are fully funded as part of that. Yeah. Those have provided the supply to be able to deliver to close both the agency working areas and also those which are under TPs, and we look towards having a supply in place which will substantially reduce that in coming months.
Yeah, and a significant number of competitions, Chair, so from AO through to DP and staff officer, and both staff officer and DP that we've just recently launched, so they would probably be a large proportion of those vacancies that are currently being filled through TP arrangements. And I suppose, as Jane said, my aim from our perspective in terms of having supply, it would be not to have any TPs that are currently filled by vacancies if we do have an actual supply. There may be circumstances where we do require a TP, as Jane said, for a special project or something that is quite short term. But I suppose, and I'd mentioned to committee before, if we have an active supply, then we would be very much driving forward that there shouldn't be any TP arrangements in departments when they're in that situation. I
suppose I'm trying to ask is, by the end of this year, will you be able to, are you confident you'll be able to tell us that number will be approximately 2,000, 1,500, at least on a downward trajectory? Can we hold you to that?
Yes, and again, once in a position of supply, it means that we can provide that challenge to departments in terms of firstly affordability, but also if there are TP arrangements in covering a vacant position where we actually do have active supply. So we would be in a position to drive that down and work with departments to drive that down.
But I'm really, really keen, will we be able to say by the end of this year that will be on a clear downward trajectory?
Absolutely. I can give you my commitment to that. It's a huge focus that we are having at the departmental level. We have produced through the dashboard systems the ability to look at that across the service. We're taking a very active. We need to lead from an SCS level to clear the grade 3, to clear the grade 5. The grade 5 cohort as well regarding the approach that we're taking, because there is substantial numbers of TP at grade 5, is to look towards the people strategy elements, the workforce control, the strategic workforce planning. Again, ensuring that it's within an affordability envelope. We're in a position where we have no budget. We need to show fiscal constraint, and we cannot be seeking to increase, and indeed we need to provide provision where there may be a reduction in budgets. So we have put parameters on the pay bill that can be included within this year's as less than the previous year. We're also looking for evidence base of the spans of control, so rather than an insurance necessarily from accounting officers, we're providing the data and the information to validate that actually it is within reasonable spans of control, so that we can challenge those assumptions across the service, that we can identify for hotspots, but with a trajectory that we're removing those from the service. And the volume competitions, and again, but I don't want to try to excuse the length. It showed seven months in terms of fulfilling some of those key roles, but some of the pilots that have been delivered in a recent number of competitions, and those are pilots, is looking to a different mechanism which fills those at volume. That's decreased the time for those pilots, and they are pilots down from months to a period of 10 to 12 weeks, and they are providing volume recruitment in the 600-700 criteria, which then can be made decisions with a fiscal lens of whether they should be deployed from that. So we're creating supply rather than actually committing to jobs as well, because the fiscal envelope is really important. There may still need to be TPs if we cannot afford those to be, or indeed agency workers if they cannot afford to be substantiated. There
is also the challenge of generic recruitment. One of the persistent questions about the Northern Ireland Civil Service, I want to come on to some of the big cultural issues, but one of the big workforce critiques that has repeatedly been made about the civil service is reliance on generalists and a culture of generalism and a culture that is relatively closed and, for want of a better word, a bit fetid. We don't have enough secondments in or out. I understand the fact that you came in from as an external recruit, but in general people get the sense that within particularly the senior civil service, it tends to be a bit of a closed shop and perhaps it isn't open enough and there isn't enough drawing in a professional expertise, and I know Jill and Catherine have done work on this, but when we looked at the grade at the recent Deputy Secretary recruitment exercise, that looked like it was a relatively generic exercise in recruiting people who are already kind of waiting to be Deputy Secretaries and have maybe been in the Northern Ireland Civil Service for a long time. I'm sure lots of brilliant people and really able, but not necessarily aimed at getting people who are mid-career in the private sector or even other reaches of the public sector or in Dublin or in London or wherever else. What would you say to that?
I would say that we absolutely need to bring in different skill sets and actually specialised skill sets. Indeed, the appointment of perm secretaries that I have made over the past period have included Mike Farrer, who's got 40 years plus from a health background to address the areas of specialisation and the transformation he's delivering under the direction of his minister. Again, I've appointed a CSTA at the permanent secretary level, comes from an external background with very specific skill established in the Office of AI and Digital. This recent appointment competition is mirroring the one that we did for grade 3s for permanent secretaries, in fact very much focusing in line with the people strategy. It looks towards providing a level of volume recruitment, but identifying each of the key roles that are there defined, and the individuals will have an opportunity through that process to discuss those roles. In that perspective, we then recruited into the permanent secretary competition a representative from the housing executive into the Department for Communities, which has specialist expertise in housing and the fulfilment of those from a housing and social housing perspective. Again, those are key skills in a programme for government alignment as well. We are about to appoint, go through appointment process to appoint a Chief Digital Officer, again operating under for the executive to deliver some of the transformation aspects, the need of actually that professionality of skills. We will look as a cohort, and again this is the collective leadership aspect in appointing the final stages of those individuals to those posts. We will look towards a strategic skills match of those when we have created supply in terms of the best endeavours, as opposed to a single level competition where you could get a volume of recruitments actually not being matched more broadly to the volume of skills. I think it provides a really substantive opportunity to actually get the right skills in the right place, aligned with what the people strategy objectives is. In the, from my recollection, Catherine, you can keep me right, when we went to the permanent secretary competition, we did a very extensive process. We had, I think we had 100 plus applications for it. We were substantively oversubscribed and they came from all different sectors, and we went through a really rigorous approach. Some of the aspects that are identified as coming out of the recommendations,
it was mostly existing permanent secretaries who were employed?
No, absolutely no. It was more, obviously we don't have existing permanent secretaries, so we've got one external appointment as part of that, obviously through that process as well.
But so of the 100 plus people who applied, how many external were appointed to be permanent secretaries?
There's one of the 4 external, yes. And of course then we had previously, the previous appointment to the Permanent Secretary of Health was an external appointment. The Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance, again, was an external appointment. Yep. But we have many brilliant civil servants who you will have worked with from the service. I come as an external appointee as well. This isn't about internal good, internal bad, external good. This is about getting the right people in the right roles to these jobs.
Absolutely, and we make them on to question about secondments and about giving people internally more opportunity to get out, try new things, and then hopefully come back. Can I just ask about, you talked about lines of accountability, and this is really important, and frankly I think it's one of the biggest concerns people have around accountability. We heard it recently from the University of Ulster in terms of a sense they feel that the senior civil service perhaps isn't held accountable. Now I'm sure people in the senior civil service probably disagree when they have to come in front of committees like this. I appreciate that in terms of being held accountable, and they probably feel they have to put up with public flack sometimes, but there is a real public demand for improved delivery that pinches on and should pinch on us as politicians, particularly in the executive, but all of us, but it should also require us to really hold the senior civil service to account. And in relation to that, would you accept, Jane, that are you personally accountable for for the state of the civil service? I mean, is that something you would take professional responsibility for?
So I think the committee are well aware of the constitutional arrangements. In the civil service, I am head of the civil service. I am secretary to the executive, and I'm principal advisor to FM and DFM. The Departmental's order of the civil service, the departmental order gives the responsibility for ministers to organise the functions of their department as they so fit, and it has the general management of the service, and the civil service order is responsibility for Department of Finance. However, in the reality of the situation where we need collective leadership and collective driving, I have a role, and I have a hugely important role in driving this important people agenda within those constraints. So what I have done is I have established a civil service board, similar to external type board structures. I've reconstituted it. I've appointed 3 non-exec external directors to hold us to account and to chair the committees. One of the committees is delivering in terms of the people strategy. One is about our major capital projects, which I've been here to discuss, and then one is in regard to the programme for government. They have specific expertise. I have then built within that accountability for each of the people strategy areas of delivery, the 9 strands that PermSecs have personal accountability for responsibility of that, as well as a collective responsibility in the next board. That is part of their PPA. And I also then engage with ministers as to their overall priorities.
With the greatest respect, I just asked you whether you're personally, professionally accountable, responsible for the performance of the civil service, and I would have thought that was a relatively straight yes or no answer, and you didn't give me an immediate yes. Isn't that a problem with our structure?
I sit in the constitution realms. The Department of Finance Minister has responsibility for the general management of the service. I believe I am the leader to provide that leadership and hold account for my permanent secretaries within that constitutional position, and I take that extremely seriously. So, and I don't want to talk over the governance arrangements, but actually it is my responsibility to lead this service. It is my responsibility to create whatever soft structures or performance management aspects to make sure the people strategy is delivered. But that strategy is under the ownership of the finance minister, and those are the constitutional realities. Just as it is the responsibility for each minister in each department to organise their department as they see fit.
Haven't we? Isn't this the problem, though? You're the head of the civil service, but you're not ultimately responsible for reform of the civil service?
I'm not ultimately responsible as accounting officer, so I do not have all the hard levers. The reform and the policy changes are responsibility of the finance minister, because that is how our constitution works. Neither
Jill nor Catherine, very able officials you're here with, no slight neither them or you. You don't line manage either of them.
No, I don't line manage them.
No. Do you think it's a sustainable situation to have the head of the civil service, I think most people publicly expect you to be responsible for, and not just you, but this role, it's not necessarily a personal thing, to be responsible for overall improvement of the civil service, but you just said you don't have the levers to deliver it, and it's effectively a kind of a leadership, perhaps figurehead, perhaps kind of soft. I think you used the word soft. It's a soft leadership role rather than a kind of hard, I am accountable for delivering on these metrics. Isn't that a fundamental problem?
There have been recommendations in the past regarding that single accounting officer principle for my role. I applied for this job and I took the role in the reality of the constitutional position I'm in, but I don't abdicate the responsibilities. So actually I am here driving leadership across the service. So the grip that has been put in place, for example, I do not have hard levers to deliver that grip, but I have put grip in place regarding recruitment and retention for those areas. I have asked accounting officers to make sure that's within affordability parameter. Now that can be overridden by their minister for very good reasons, and that is within their will. But actually that's the collective leadership. I ask my permanent secretaries to provide a collective leadership in the realm of the fiscal sustainability aspect that we have. Okay. So those, you can say they're hard or soft, but that's the way that we need to work to make business work. When you have to revert to your hard varies, I think that is the stepping place. But I have to be really clear. No civil servant sets the direction. The direction is set by our ministers, by our programme for government, by the executive. And that is the realities of every civil servant comes to take our job. It's not for me to create a shadow kind of role, but actually to take the role that I know that the ministers and the executive want me to take in terms of leading the civil service within the constitutional reality. I don't think those two are insurmountable to actually deliver. They could be used as an excuse for me not to be held account. I am really happy to be here, to be held account for how we deliver in the people strategy in the months, in the days and in the years ahead. And indeed, I would, whilst I don't line manage either Catherine or Jill, we would engage increasingly, incredibly frequently. There would be very few days where I don't have engagement regarding where is the performance of this, and bringing that into the overall reporting into our senior leadership team as well as the next board.
But I think this will be something we'll want to reflect on. I'm going to bring others now. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today. I know previously in my previous role in the Public Accounts Committee, we kind of touched on some of these things as well, and it's just very much how it looks to the public whenever things are happening and this really unclear leadership and accountability chain, and trying to understand how that sits. And we're here as Finance Committee, the Department of Finance have this central coordinating role, your head of the civil service, so it's just trying to tease that out a little bit. So just on the leadership and accountability in your submission to the committee, you've got a paragraph in and around that. But it's still not completely clear in terms of who is holding who to account and how. So I just wanted to ask, as head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, how do you hold permanent secretaries to account?
So I hold them to account in a variety of different forms, and thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. Firstly, there is the Civil Service Board. We had our board meeting yesterday where we had an agenda item, of course, on the people strategy. So they are members of that board. We have a programme of work that we deliver as part of those. Those are the commitments in terms of delivering on the recommendations of the Audit Office and those areas. There is also a subset of those permanent secretaries who are members of the People Committee, which is chaired by an external non-executive member. Again, we have a programme of delivery under that. Jill is the SRO in terms of that delivery. Of the People Strategy 9 elements, I have defined as part of their PPA, they have responsibility for one of those clear leadership developments, because actually delivering on the People Strategy isn't a Department of Finance issue or necessarily just my issue. This needs to be a whole of the service. So that was a really important ask of me for them to step up and to lead. We will then be getting the dashboards that are being progressed as part of that overall analysis to make sure that we are delivering on those KPIs, most importantly for the Audit Office follow-up recommendations, but also in the areas that we need to deliver that short-term performance. Next HR provide dashboards and information. We're providing those to our permanent secretary colleagues in terms of where we are from TP, so we can close down that important work we talked about earlier, but also looking at the time to fill, so holding those to account across the service. A fourth reflection would be the element of grip, where I have looked towards across the service, so we're not going out to recruit the deputy secretaries or indeed the grade 5s in a departmental focus. We need to have looked actually where are your spans of control, and I am interrogating those spans of control, and it's not like for like to ensure that there is a challenge function, and as we have the data and information to deliver on that is a further cascade. The next aspect is, as I'm going through my cycle of end of year reviews and forward planning with my perm secs, I would look at their sickness levels, I would look at their skills and provisions, I would look at their level of TPs, I would look at towards the key areas in succession planning and how they are delivering. That will be a key performance metric. We also will look and be interrogating the people survey results from their department and how their people plan delivers, in which they each have an individual people plan that delivers into the department. I have met with all the boards of the departments to be there to emphasise to them the requirement for them to deliver on the people plan, and we've met with all the non-execs of the boards as well. The people survey will be the next feedback in terms of getting that cultural perspective, and I also meet formally twice yearly with all the ministers on a one-to-one basis to understand how their department is performing against the requirements, how their perm secs behaviour is, how their resource in delivering on those priorities. So those are the aspects that I have put in place to provide some level of grip and control in terms of this environment. Ultimately, we will be reporting on the people strategy delivery through the reports, and that will be through the Finance Minister. It is also integrated into the people strategy and into the programme for government as a core element. Our ministers and our executive have agreed the reform and transformation, and there are many different aspects that need to be delivered. In my view, we cannot deliver for anything for the people of Northern Ireland if we do not deliver and grasp these important issues. So that gives you a reflection of some of the layers, and I don't know whether, Jill, I've missed any.
Yeah, but I think it's not really what I was asking. So, like, I appreciate that's the structures, the strategy, and the governance, and that is good to have that in place. But in terms of actually the delivery of the work right across the Northern Ireland civil service, like, there's a real culture and perception of no consequences for whenever things go wrong. I saw it throughout a number of pieces in the Public Accounts Committee. We see it. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for us as politicians, to the public, whenever these things are happening. They're asking us what we're doing. So whenever these things happen at different structures, there does seem to be a culture of no consequences. We see senior members in the civil service be moved around. There doesn't appear outwardly to anyone to be the consequences. So I'm asking in terms of what you do to hold those individuals to account for things that have gone badly wrong and caused a bad public perception of our public services to the public. So just if you have any examples of anywhere that you have acted there, what the consequences have been, just to draw that out. It's just those practical pieces more so than the strategy is what I'm asking.
Well, obviously I can't comment on any individual cases, and I think the Audit Office follow-up report reflected that, so I can't go into those areas. But when the executive was restored, I put in place those new structures that I've talked about for performance management, and they were reflected in the Audit Office report. I've put in a system beyond the two categorisations, the four categorisations in the different areas for delivery as part of that, and I manage kind of that performance approval process. It obviously isn't reflective for me to comment on those specifically. We are looking at the performance management framework as part of the policy refresh. Maybe I'll ask Jill to comment on that, but also then to look with dealing with poor performance. And I know we have some statistics that show those following through as well from dismissals that I'll ask Catherine to reflect on.
But
as
even
well.
Just beyond that operational, I'm just talking about the things that brings the public services here into such disrepute. Like, for example, we had things recently like within the Department for Economy, we saw a public meeting note with the Minister and officials, 3 bullet points long, Cantor Fitzgerald, where 300 jobs were lost in Northern Ireland, significant coverage in the press. This meeting note was produced from senior civil servants with 3 bullet points of something so significant. Whenever things like that come out, people are asking the questions, is that good enough? Is that what we're expecting to see on file? So again, it's just that terms of, what's your role here? Whenever something like that happens and gets such bad press, do you as head of civil service then interject to that department and say what's going on here?
Obviously can't discuss the specifics of the individual because those are personal information, but I can assure you that over the last number of months I have engaged in proactive engagement on a variety of different issues regarding areas where I thought the service were potentially not delivering to understand the origination of those. And indeed there are issues obviously that come to my door as part of requests from externally that I take very seriously and I consider fully. Obviously, there are those aspects that are they're personal, and no organisation would divulge those because that cuts across it. But I can assure you there is no complacency in terms of dealing with those issues, because part of this is the I guess holding kind of ourselves to the standards that we expect of others and managing poor performance, which is one of the findings. But perhaps I'll ask maybe Jill to discuss on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know what you're saying, but on a day-to-day basis, I suppose there's two aspects. So it's either a matter of misconduct or it's a matter of capability. And in terms of then there are policies in place for that. So it's either a performance management issue or it's a willful act of misconduct. And there are policies in place there, and that obviously is cascaded right throughout each department. So it's how a line manager is responsible. So whoever the line whatever example, which we obviously can't get into, but whatever example one would quote, it would be around the fact that it is that person's line manager who is responsible for their performance. where Jane, where any head of the civil service would look, would be across that sort of and it sort of maybe relates to the previous question about how do you know what's going on, and it is that management information and that, you know, what are we sitting like in terms of disciplines, performance management, etc., on a day. So obviously the head of the service can only look at that at a high level, but it is the department's responsibility and line manager's responsibility to implement the policies that we have in place that are legally compliant to manage performance or underperformance or to manage misconduct. And that has to be robustly and properly implemented in each department by whoever the relevant line manager is.
I think it's just in terms of that leadership piece, it's just important that whenever you get to the most senior civil service, that we're able to see that, you know, that leadership and enable the members of the public to feel that there is a scrutiny at that level. And I just had another one on the...
And actually, let me just to the Vice Chair, but I also meet with all the ministers. And I meet with them at minimum of every 6 months to get the feedback. Over the last couple of days, I've met with 4 ministers to engage with them to understand their issues. So I am very live to actually, we need to be responsive to all those areas, as well as kind of the public discourse. We need to build confidence as well, but that doesn't disperse the responsibility from departments itself. Perhaps if you wanted to give some of the more kind of operational changes.
I suppose in our role, Deputy Chair, is about supporting line managers to have those robust discussions, and you're absolutely right. I think, you know, if there is a lack of visibility of action being taken, for example, in certain circumstances, it does potentially create that, you know, lack of credibility within the service. But again, as Jane said, we've done a lot of work over the last year, 18 months, to be more robust in our support of where behaviours or where conduct has been not where we would expect it to be, and acting accordingly. And even in terms of our operational figures and dashboards, in looking at dismissals or warnings, I mean, we are, you know, increasingly, and it's not a yardstick we really want to, you know, to see, but we are increasingly ensuring that on a year-by-year basis they are increasing. So it's for us to support our line managers in that day-to-day management so that we are challenging and also sending very clear messages out there in terms of, look, that will be challenged, that will be robustly supported, and it could be a capability issue or a capacity issue. So it's about us looking at that whole broad picture in terms of ensuring that we are supporting our departments in the work that they need to do.
And just my other question was on capacity and capability, just as you say that, and it has been identified through the different audit office reports, and, you know, we've seen it in different evidence sessions to committee, significant gaps in particular skill sets in some professional roles. But whilst all this is going on, I just say, I think it was this week, you've gone out now to recruit for 11 senior civil service deputy secretary, chief executive roles, grade 3. These are jobs that are salaries starting at £113,000 per annum, plus the pension settlement. These jobs are paid higher than our government ministers here in Northern Ireland, out of public sector funds on permanent contracts, and they're going to cost well in excess of £1 million salary every year. Yet these roles, as so senior, are really specialised in different departments. And for me, as I look at that, I'm looking at, for example, you've got finance, you've got health, you've agriculture, you've potentially engineers. People of that senior level within the private sector would most likely want to apply for a very senior finance role, a very senior medical role, a very senior engineering role, like an infrastructure. Do you think that by putting them out as general roles like this, you're actually potentially missing out on the specialist skills that certain roles will have? Like, we know the Deputy Secretary here in the Department of Finance, who's absolutely fantastic, and we will really miss her. You know, there are a lot of probably very senior finance people in the private sector that would go for that role, but they wouldn't necessarily apply for a generic role here. So I just wonder, do you think, why do you think that the generalist roles at this grade are the best for such significant positions?
Yeah, and I think that is explicitly why all the roles that are being recruited for were identified. This isn't a general service competition. This is roles for fits for those specific roles, which will be part of the process, as it was part of the process for the permanent secretary roles. There are the general set of core competency skill sets that you require in terms of the leadership level, but actually they will be identifying what role that they will be delivering from in the same way as they did in the permanent sector competition.
I think should they be advertised that way? Because I know, for example, that's gone out as, you know, grade 3 civil service roles. Like, it's not been advertised, like that'll not come up. Like I am in a lot of finance groups on my social media, like I'll not be pinged with that. People who are working in the finance field won't be pinged by that because it's not called, Deputy Secretary of Finance for Department of Finance, so you're not actually hitting, your headhunter sites, the people that are looking for the specific skills. Do you think that it might be better to reflect and actually advertise specific roles to make sure that people who are really good in their field, who aren't actively looking for a job, but might see this as a significant opportunity for a high-paid job in the civil service, that was a specialised post? That
was one of the pieces of work that we did with departments to try and identify some of those, and you're absolutely right, there are very specific roles that would require a separate competition, but I suppose, as Jane said, there are a baseline level of of experience and skills that we would require for a senior civil servant at that level. But I suppose in the further detail in the candidate information booklet, it does identify each of those 11 posts and each of what they are. And I suppose as part then of the recruitment process, it is a robust selection process in terms of application forms, psychometric testing, and then the interview process after that. And the allocation process, I suppose, of people coming through that process to those posts will be very much tailored to their particular skill set and what they would bring best to that post and who would be best suited to be allocated to those positions. So it was, thinking about, do we go out with 11 separate competitions and the costs associated with that, or could we actually cohort that into what are the specific skill sets that we require of all of our grade 3s across the service, and then how do we then use the selection process and the interview process to actually allocate people with the best skills to some of those roles. But I mean, and we have linked out in with our executive search agencies to do some of that, reaching out for us, which we did successfully with the permanent secretary recruitment. But again, we very much move along the line of looking at job families and those more specialist roles, and it's definitely something we're thinking about in terms of a grade 5 competition potentially, that very much there are, in terms of those specialist roles, and putting that lens of job families and that professional sort of viewpoint to those roles in terms of allocating those to vacancies.
Do you not think that a 6-figure salary job that somebody could be coming in for 20 years in a very specific profession should be advertised in isolation? They're really significant jobs. They're absolutely significant jobs, and I guess they're and we're not advertising them. We're advertising them as the specific roles within the areas that are defined in the interview. In the candidate information booklet defines the specifics of the role, and we're promoting them on that basis. These are not new roles. This is towards the plan that we discussed earlier, the strategy to close all the temporary promotions. When we went out to all departments, I asked for assurances in terms of the job family that we weren't replacing a like for like, and indeed a number of the positions are not going to be filled. They're going to remain at TP because those jobs are being evaluated in input from their ministers for more specialised type of roles. So this isn't a like for like replacement. These are the areas. There was 2 specific categories. One of the general, the generalist leadership policy development, and then there was a specific chief executive role, which is defined in that same booklet. This looks towards, I guess, that balance between that broader perspective and value for money in terms of running a single competition that can provide that categorisation, but still specifically focusing on the jobs and the criteria. The first stage of the process will be a generic on the core competencies and skills, and the second will be specialised, tailored to the specifics of that role, with the permanent secretaries involved in that panel as well. Well, hopefully when it comes through, we'll see some addressing of the gaps of specific skill sets at those senior levels. But that's, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just have the ad here. I mean, I think it's a very legitimate question to ask, because if I was an engineer or an accountant or an astronaut or some other very specific, highly sought after physicist or whatever, I wouldn't necessarily be drawn to this. You might just think, oh, that's for civil servants who are kind of floating around at the grade beneath that. And this is just a deep cultural challenge we need to overcome. So I think it's important that we do see progress in that area. Harry Harvey's next.
Thank you, Chair and ladies. Ms. Braley. Maybe you could first of all tell me whether the Northern Ireland Civil Service can continue to operate at its current capacity, given the considerable vacancies that it has.
Yes, and I think, I guess, looking towards the vacancy numbers, and I think that's in our dashboards are being updated and reflected. I was looking at the stats that I'd been provided for the executive in terms of those vacancies that were currently underway. I think I'm checking, there's 5k were listed, I think, in the end of February, in line with the Audit Office report. Just to identify the vacancies for those, 1,600 of those are fully funded. by DWP. So they are brilliant new jobs, and they're a testament to how brilliant people we have in Northern Ireland in providing the facilities for a UK government department. So they are full cash recovery. There's a further 3,700 who are TPs. So actually those 5k vacancies are not actually vacancies in themselves. There's 1.7k of those which will be to fulfill at DWP, but actually the 3.7k will be to close those TPs that we have in terms of the standing order. So it isn't to say there's going to be an additional 5k in terms of the service. And indeed, looking at the growth in the service over the past 7 years, looking at analysis, it's grown by 0.7% in terms of the workforce, and that is all accounted for under DWP and Windsor Framework recruitment as well. So the size of the civil service hasn't actually grown from an overall delivery of those services. Our ALBs over that same period has grown by 1.77%. However, what is so important, and I guess towards the perspective of GRIP, it isn't just the size of it, it's the skills that we have, which we just covered earlier, that we have the right skills complement, but also it is the full workforce cost of that service as well that we need to have under control. So we're looking very intentionally as part of we have significant attritions, but also making sure that we're providing that workforce model, that strategic workforce plan, which is built on the job families, the professions, but also the workforce controls in terms of spans of controls and what would be expected. Jill?
No, and I think really the real crux of your question is, what assurance do we have that we are actually the right shape and size? And that's where the plan is in place. So there's firstly the new workforce model, which moves away from that general service type approach. So that is basically designed now, and we're going through the process of putting every role into that. And then falling from that then will be the strategic workforce plan, which will be exactly that, how many vacancies do we need? And that will be based on all sorts of things like turnover rate, what the departments are saying in terms of their delivery, but also skills. And every department has been asked, so central guidance has been given, every department has been asked to develop their own workforce plan. That has to be developed by a certain time frame. When we get that, each of those 9 strategic workforce plans for every department, that will be aggregated into one workforce plan for the civil service, which is effectively about what can we afford, what are the right skills, what numbers, nature of jobs, etc., size and shape.
Yep. You would say that you're giving it the maximum effort to fill these vacancies as present. There's no more you can do, you're doing all.
At the minute, we've got a number, and again, as we'd mentioned, in terms of supply at a number of different grades. So we are currently in the process of allocating for AOs, 500 plus AO2, so we are filling quite significant number of those vacancies, not adding to our head count, but any, in terms of agency spent and vacancies. So we are very much over the next coming months, you will see very much a reduction in the number of vacancies that are currently on our caseload.
And I guess also the agency perspective, the mode of operation that DWP had was a 70% reliance on agency spend, which showed the increase that came out of the follow-up report from the Audit Office. They have now flipped that to 30%. So that is the drive for the recruitment actually to rebalance that, which will bring that down to more nominal levels. Again, those are full cost recoveries, and actually I think it is confusing from our dashboard's perspective, because it looks like the civil service is growing, or that we have actual vacancies which aren't either funded by an external organisation or indeed showing supply, closing the gap in terms of the TPs that are being delivered. I guess where we have TPs and agency workers, it does allow us an important principle in terms of delivering. It was, to the Vice Chair's perspective, the skills that we need, because there would be an expectation that as we have attrition and that we're fulfilling those TPs, that we just don't, that they're not delivered within an organisation and kind of the like-for-like perspective. How we thoughtfully and interrogate that, and that is the process that we're undertaking, that it's not just a like-for-like. So one of the key deliverables as part of the people strategy is digital skills as a key digital enabling, and a rollout of co-pilot across the services, and the applications that AI will bring in a positive aspect to free people up to have it, to be more focused on the areas where they will add that differentiating value. So in terms of interrogating that, it allows us an opportunity, and we shouldn't sleepwalk ourselves into just fulfilling like for like.
I was going to ask you your plans to reduce your reliance on agency staff, but you said there it's reduced from 70 to 30% already.
That is from the
I suppose in terms of the delivery of the DWP contract, it was originally a 70% agency staff to fulfil that and 30% permanent next staff, but that percentage has changed. In terms of the reduction of the agency staff, again, that's very much linked into our work in terms of creating supply and providing that. So there will always be a certain component within DWP, for example, or in the delivery of Windsor Framework that will be agency staff, because it is short-term work and it's easier to manage in that way for particular skills. But in terms of having supply, that will again help us drive down the agency spend as well.
And we would anticipate, Catherine, and hopefully you can correct me if I'm wrong, there'll be a substantive reduction in terms of the agency staff as part of these recent competitions by very significant factors. That will be creating that supply. And again, that's that 10 to 12 week fulfilment criteria that has been provided as part of those pilots. So again, addressing the other issue as part of the follow-up recommendations.
And also, what's your view on the key drivers of high sickness absence?
I think sickness is a complex service, and it's not, I guess it's not consistent across the services. We had our Civil Service Board meeting yesterday in McGabry in the Wellbeing Centre, where kind of the prison service have some of the highest sickness rates. I think we're 13.4 days lost and down from 13.28, so some marginal improvement. And the statistics show us clearly, and again, I review these with colleagues and PermSex as part of the annual review, is it's mental health stress disorders, and then there's some physical aspects again that varies with some of the industrials. Some of the initial work that we've done to address those issues, that's a significant, obviously, cost to the public purse as well. I think it was 48 million was identified in the Audit Office report. So taking really proactive work to try and address that. The first is providing kind of the basics in terms of the healthcare professionals, doctors and nurses, but also then focusing on the particular areas around departments. And I know there's some work that's been trialled in DFC and DOF in terms of those areas. You might want to talk about, Catherine.
Yeah, and we've, I suppose, it's using our own internal management information to try and drill into what are the reasons for our absence and really be more focused and being proactive in our work. We've also commissioned a piece of work with colleagues in Israel looking at our absence so that we can actually really determine and be a bit more focused on how we put our interventions in place. But I mean, one example in a small pocket within one of our departments was a more holistic approach, looking at work-related stress, getting into work with line managers, bringing occupational health in. So looking at a more wraparound approach service, we've seen a 40% reduction in work-related stress in those particular areas with that particular focus in our own department, just a more aggressive approach to managing and tackling long-term absence. So it's a multifaceted approach, I suppose, because different parts of our organisation have different needs, different requirements. Again, in terms of prison service or our industrial staff. So it's really looking at different ways we can tackle it. I mean, our team have been recently up with working with our industrial staff and working in some of the depots and actually bringing our occupational health teams out to actually understand and get a feel for what the work is like. We've got, a physio in place to start thinking about actually if it's, if that is the issue for some of our staff in some of those areas, that's a more appropriate way for us to manage that absence. So it's about us looking at it from sort of a global perspective in terms of what are the issues, but then being very, very proactive and very focused in terms of each of the departments and the different needs of the different staff groups that we have.
I guess we'll set up forums across with the PSNI and with Education Authority and the health trusts as well, tackling the mental health forums and the common aspects that can be driven as that. And I guess taking the model also being rolled out by the Department of Health and the multidisciplinary teams. Once you have the basics of the kind of that immediacy of care, it's actually about the mental health provision and musculoskeletal works, so be more holistic in terms of providing those range of responses. And whilst the improvements have been kind of, they're incremental, but even in some of the figures which haven't gone through the NISRA cycle yet has shown some indications. Yeah,
so I think there was a slight reduction in terms of the last two NISRA reports, but even just in terms of our own management information, the trajectory continues to go downwards. Now, that doesn't have the same robustness as NISRA statistics, but I suppose any reduction for us in terms of our absence levels is always very welcome. So we are starting to see that on our own management information. So you know, we want to continue to drive that, and again, that continues to be an added pressure on staff with high absence levels. So if we can start addressing that and getting staff either that they don't go off work sick in the first place, or to bring them back into work a wee bit more quickly, then it helps as part of that general effort in terms of staff and how their experience is in work.
And I guess that's maybe one of the areas we might want to explore once we get into the understanding the issues at play as potential targets that we would set across the service for driving.
Well, I'd certainly like to see, that you, Harry, you're going to...
Maybe I could just finish by saying, what's your view on the impact of hybrid working, productivity, staff attendance, etc.?
Can you just say, if we can, with the greatest respect, we can keep our answers as concise as possible, just because we do have lots of things to get through. Not that I want to curtail either our questioners or our witnesses. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Obviously we have now got a hybrid working policy with work plans in place from each of the departments. That's at a 40% across the service. That was engaged with trade unions. It'd be my expectation that SCS would have a higher attendance in office. It's important to recognise that not all civil servants or departments or sectors have the ability to provide hybrid work planning. Indeed, I have never worked in a hybrid perspective, and no one in my office also is. So we're in every day. That isn't to say that that's a better model, or else I guess it's the reality. And the industrials that we see are working. My colleagues in the prison service here I saw yesterday as well. So I think it's in a needs basis in terms of those overall aspects in terms of delivering from the service, and it is a flexibility. I would also, I guess, say the flexible working kind of works in both ways, and there is, I know, in the nature of delivering for the public service, there is, of course, occasions where you have to work outside the normal hours, and indeed weekend and evening working, so that level of flexibility provides. I do, we're looking as part of our PermSec cadre, actually at the rollout, the impact of that within the departments, and engage with the ministers as well to reflect that. We don't have any specific productivity metrics, as you'll be aware within the service, but Jill, if you've any.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that the trick is to make sure that you've got a policy that, there are pros and cons of it. So in terms of impact, it has a high impact, positive impact for people who, have the ability to work hybrid working, but also there's a lot of benefits and impact to actually being in work as well. So it's striking the right balance. It's not a contractual right. So therefore it has to be around business need, and again it's back to the line managers to determine whether the post is possible to be hybrid working or not. So it ultimately business need comes first, so that's the impact, and then obviously there are all the sort of other benefits of it in terms of green and travel and all of those types of things. It's also certainly something that a lot of, not my generation, but maybe my kids' generation applying for jobs would be expecting to see that. Now, whether that is in the private sector or the big four, people are hybrid working. So when they're applying for jobs, it's a big factor in terms of what type of employer are we. So it's all part of that sort of employer value proposition as well. So for me, in terms of impact, overall, it's about getting the right balance, and I think that is just, again, making sure that is applied consistently across all departments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gemma Dolan, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for coming in. Kind of following on from Harry, kind of not, on the hybrid working. So I actually think it's a good thing, because I'm from Fermanagh and I think it actually opens some opportunities for workers. So just given the concerns around over-centralisation in Belfast, because I'm from Fermanagh and I think it actually opens some opportunities for workers. So just given the concerns around over-centralisation in Belfast, what specific steps are you taking to improve regional balance in terms of recruitment and promotion and location of departments, particularly west of the Ban?
Fermanagh would probably help.
Ask for a leak if you want.
all politics is local, yes. Isn't that what to say? I think actually that's one of the great offers that the civil service has, that it serves the people of this place, and actually it has to be represented and grounded in the people. And I've had the pleasure of going out to many of our sites in Ballykelly and in the Fermanagh Oma teams as well, and seeing the diversity of applications. I think you're right that actually the ability and the flexibility to work in different locations, and I think some of the hubs have provided those alternative working plans as part of that. Obviously, the very significant volume recruitment that we did for AOs was in the Northwest. So again, obviously we're advertising that in the Northern Ireland level, but even signalling that this is not just a Belfast kind of perspective as well. Kathleen, whether you've got any kind of information in terms of the...
And again, using that model, that's what we're attempting to do, is just to use sort of region-specific recruitment, so we are very much looking toward that. But look, we have premises and estate right across the patch, and we would be recruiting the vacancies in all kind of corners of the north. So, but definitely we're looking at and using the basis of what we've done with AO recruitment, like region-specific, so that we are not, concentrating on Belfast, for example, for some of those big posts, big volume posts where there are quite a number of vacancies.
Yeah, perfect. No, thank you.
And even I think we're mindful in our events that we have at a senior civil service level. Our next board was in Lisburn yesterday. The previous external one was in the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, and so in our event for our now annual remembrance of those who have died in service, again is taken in Caffrey. So we're providing places that are centrally focused for all of the people in the service as well.
Fermanagh have great locations too, so if you want any of that. My other question is just about the reports and, the theme of the civil service working in a siloed approach. What are your thoughts on this, and would you agree that this is the case?
Yeah, I think historically, I think there has been siloed working, and I think that's we've seen, and I think that still is the case in some areas, if I can be candid. I think there's the constitutional structures that we have, that there are 9 separate departments, and that is the reality of the situation that actually has allowed us to have such a positive outcome since the last 28 years. That's the reality of departments, and ministers have autonomy over their departments. There is no cabinet-led responsibility. Complex, controversial, cross-cutting things come to the executive, so there is the lack of that. And then I am not a single accounting officer, so then that ability to collectively lead. And that is why, and I won't rehearse them again, but all the structures are put in place about what's our common cause, what's our common delivery as part of the next board, what's the core elements that we need to deliver for our ministers and for the people of Northern Ireland. It's about sorting out the major capitals, delivering the programme for government, and getting our people kind of aligned and delivering that. That can't be done in a single department. You can't, and it isn't, and I know Department of Finance gets the responsibility for lots of it from the PAC, for the nature of it, but actually it is about all our services joined together. So the major capital and really big significant areas, but we have then the enabling actions that actually unpick some of those cross-cutting areas to prevent that silo basing. But ultimately it's with the culture, and the culture starts at the top, at the head, and at our permanent secretary level and at my level, in terms of encouraging that collective leadership and indeed mandating it. So that's a key theme. Enabling action is one of our collective leadership, and collective is different from collaborative, where it's a kind of quid pro quo type aspect. It's where actually you look towards what is the collective aspect that needs to be delivered, and ensuring that's done. As part of our permanent secretary recruitment competition, again, advertised for the roles that were there, so we attracted some specialist skills. First stage was on the kind of managing public money, governance levels of those aspects that you would expect. The second stage of that interview competition was about how do you act collectively? Can you show me how you can deliver collectively, where you look towards that overall, without cross-cutting kind of that single departmental aspect as well as a transformation. So through our process, we are now looking for those leadership skills as part of that collective action. And our permanent secretaries now have collective responsibility as part of the people strategy to deliver those collective aspects. And I have to say, hugely encouraged about the amount that has been delivered. The pilot that was delivered in the Northwest, that was through Department for Communities, had a lead in terms of that supply perspective, and they initiated themselves and drove that through. So it wasn't obviously Department of Finance and Next HR were the delivery partners, but that was their responsibility to deliver for the service. It delivered them capacity, but actually was delivering overall. The lead for digital is the Permanent Secretary for the Department for Economy, really important, of course, aspect and very close to that delivery, but that will deliver across the service. So those aspects where we need that collective leadership align with the skills and the necessities of that perspective. And that, to me, that's the single biggest issue that we will need to drive forward, because I can put structures and accountability and everything in place, but unless we give that to effect, and that's a leadership piece and that's a culture and a values piece.
Just on that then, sorry, Chair, this is my last question. In terms of the recommendations from the report, do you see that as the biggest issue within the civil service that needs to be fixed, or is that the biggest issue that needs addressing, do you think?
Yeah, it is necessary but not sufficient. There are many issues that are very clearly called out. There's I guess the 7 recommendations, and there's the delivery of the integrate, which actually will be a game changer, I believe, for the service, and provide the data and the information, both from a finance joined up. Many of the aspects we're trying to interrogate here is because we don't have the management information to make some clear recommendations or predictions. So that would be a fundamental enabler of those things, which have created structures which make it more siloed because you can't get the information. But unless you have the culture of the collective aspect, and I see that amongst my civil service team as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Steve Aiken.
Yeah, thanks Jane. Thanks everybody for coming in. Just a couple of ones. Jane, you said earlier on, I thought it was quite marked. You said, "I believe I'm the leader." If you believe you're the leader, what's your vision for the Northern Ireland Civil Service?
So I am the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. I don't have the policy responsibility. So my vision for the civil service, put simply, is a service that delivers for our ministers, for the programme for government, and for the people of Northern Ireland, and making things better. That requires you to be innovative, skilled and delivery focused are the key principles, and they're embodied in the people strategy as part of the levers that we're delivering. Delivery is really important in terms of moving from strategy to implementation, and that's where we're at now with the people strategy. So we had the 1-year people plan, delivered some of the fundamentals. We've got all the architecture in place. The Audit Office report underscores everything that needs to be done. We've done the first level of delivery on that. This is now about making sure that's delivered consistently across departments, and having the management information there to be held account, and to be held account in this forum, but also to hold ourselves to account for delivery of that.
Okay. And from that, because most organisations will always have a vision statement up front, I'm the leader, follow me, here's the vision statement, this is where I want to go, and this is the mission statement, how I'm going to achieve it. So what would you say are your personal KPIs to be able to achieve that?
So as I said before, it's about being an innovative, skilled civil service, delivering for our executive and government, focused on delivery and improving aspects to make things better. There are evidence bases that will be provided. So there's the 7 recommendations in the Audit Office, which actually underscore how you deliver those, and there's the outcome that you look towards in focusing, but also there's the KPIs that show you that you're on the trajectory. Some of those in the fundamentals, and some of them will be in the time to scale, the time to fill a replacement, and sickness levels in terms of those aspects, and kind of performance management, those fundamental aspects. There is then, those feed in then to delivery of the programme for government, how we support our ministers in terms of meeting their objectives that they have signed up for, in terms of delivering those, and indeed the capital projects. And then of course from our people survey perspective as well, in terms of the people survey and the feedback that we get from that. We saw in the last people survey last year, out of the 7 out of the 9 areas that were tested improved. 1 stayed the same and 1 went down by 1%. But that was from a low base. We need to have much more ambition in terms of delivery. We also have the NISRA stats and the confidence and trust in the civil service, a massively important aspect. I think we're at 74% trust in terms of that civil service. So there are many different aspects as well as part of that. But
what you've explained is the civil service looking at itself. So what external methods have you of checking the KPIs and they're actually being delivered?
Well, I would say that the NISRA stats are the Northern Ireland population trust in the civil service. So that's an independently qualified aspect, of course, which then is a really important aspect, because globally across the world, I guess trust in governments and structures, and indeed public service is really important. So that is an external metric. delivery in the programme for government commitments. Obviously our ministers have signed up and the executive signed up for those, and I guess the publication and reporting of those, it will be us essentially which give delivery of those aspects, and it will be held to account to those structures. These structures as well will be part of delivering it. I think there's also an area as we go through, and I guess we're not a growing civil service, but actually filling some of the vacancies that we have. I think the indications of those who want to join the civil service and who want to be part of it, that actually we're open and transparent and welcoming those. And I think the level of applications we've had through those processes, Northern Ireland has the lowest unemployment rates of anywhere on these islands, but yet we get very substantive applications from approval. So I think there are very many different metrics that are required to deliver and to support our executive and our ministers.
But I mean, you've been the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service in 2021, correct?
September 21, yeah.
September 21. And what does it make you feel when you see in the Northern Ireland Audit Office report that the focus must now shift decisively from planning to implementation?
I agree that we need to be absolutely focused on delivery. I called out, I guess, the statistics. So there, you know, the 5% or the 78% that we have delivered and the 5% that we haven't. Absolutely, I agree with all the findings. I'm not refuting any of those. There has to be absolutely a focus on delivery, and it isn't. You know, we had 2 years with no executive, where I guess some of my focus was in that stage was working with the parties to restore the executive in terms of working in the programme for government. Obviously, with a cost of living crisis, with the war in Ukraine and refugees, and in terms of building that programme for government, but also outlining the challenges and the fiscal challenges. But it's not sufficient to say that there were difficult things happening and I can stand down from my role in leadership. My job is to address all those things in parallel, and the people strategy structures which are in place, which I think were supported by the Audit Office findings, align with their further recommendations. Now it is through to actually delivery, KPIs that prove to us and to you that we are delivering, but delivering consistently, because that is the trick. Because we can have all the great strategies in the world and great policies, but where our issues has been that actually not consistently delivering. So that is how we ensure that we have the management information and the structures to hold to account across department for those key delivery aspects.
Just two short ones, Chair. The first one is was one of the comments that's come through is, you know, how delivery is being demonstrated, and I think the Deputy Chair has already alluded to it. There is real concern about, for instance, the Department of Infrastructure spending £200 million and no roads being built. The fact in Dara we're taking court cases that had no chance of being won and being lost in the situation to do with that. In health, you know, issues with building, trying to build hospitals that can't seem to be built. We are absolutely awful at doing any sort of procurement issues and the rest of it. And those, you know, there's a degree of political failure. There always is, as you quite rightly said, we were down for 2 years. But there's also a real failure in leadership and delivery from the head of from the whole senior structure of the civil service. You know, it's costing us, you know, £250 million and more by inept management, for want of better terminology. When you say something about sort of how is delivery being demonstrated, how do you answer those questions?
So in the engagements I have, of course, ministers run their departments, and within that there will be the programme for government deliveries, there will be the major capital project deliveries, and then there will be their policy priorities departmentally. As part of my engagement with them, I go through and I guess I understand where they are. But to inform those discussions, I get analysis from for example, our major capital projects has identified there are 9 enabling actions.
You're also the chair of the Transformation Board, aren't you?
I'm the chair of the Transformation Board as well. So they and in discussions with those individuals in terms of identifying what are the underlying aspects that are impeding the delivery of, for example, those major capital projects. So the synthesis of work that we looked at, there was 140 recommendations, but actually where are the key aspects that are prevented? The legislative piece is a core aspect of those, which are cross-cutting. Towards the Vice Chair's points, the skills and capability piece for major capital projects was also a key issue, and then providing the MPLA level of training, and that's built into the skills provision, which cross-cuts into the people strategy. The delivering in the social licence aspect, again, a key aspect that hasn't been delivered in in a consistent approach. So those are the mechanisms of delivery and approach. We just agreed, so one of the other recommendations is that the data and information that we can monitor these projects to hold them all to account. So we have a system called DataMap, which some of you who sat in the PAC may be aware. We now have 47 of the major projects in there, so we can interrogate across those systems and have that consistency of information. We use that then to do deep dive. We've done deep dives into Department for Education, Capital and Department of Health, which we are now, to assist departments and ministers in identifying those areas, because it's those underlying trends. That is what Integrate will give us for finance and HR. It will give us those underlying trends, which we have been difficult to assert from that. We'll be able to identify the hotspots that we can actually have a more strategic focus. My engagement then is with the Permanent Secretary from their, there's the cross-cutting areas which we manage as part of the Civil Service Board. I'll manage with the Permanent Secretary in terms of those deliverables. I'll have met with their Minister in advance to get an area of what concerns that they have in those key areas, the behaviours, kind of their function, the performance, the major capital, and also then the programme for government.
But you can
priorities.
understand sort of the scepticism that there is across Northern Ireland towards the delivery of sort of major public procurement projects, and how sort of the senior leadership of the civil service have been involved in these issues.
There are certainly learnings to take on those. I can acknowledge that, and some of them, I look towards the experience of A5, and this is not just about the cost, that's about the lives and implications and the complexity of the legal structures as well.
People's lives are being held up by what seems to be, I'll quote somebody else, but a net sort of approach to actually the delivery of the project.
And I guess I would unpick that, because actually when that is unpicked, and I guess the delay of those aspects is largely due to the complexity of the legal environment we now work within the complexities, environmental and planning, and indeed the social licence aspect, which are those key areas that we have to look across. We need to take the learnings from those. We had a session yesterday looking towards a revised procurement approach, which will look towards addressing some of those underlying concerns. I guess it's some of this, and I guess it's towards the transformation. There isn't a big switch for, to make everything correct. Some of it is. I think
it's very important, because you mentioned the word culture a couple of times, but some of us have been in the been politicians long enough to remember RHI and recommendations from RHI about transformation of the culture within the civil service. And we're still here at the moment sort of talking about transforming the culture of the civil service many years beyond. No, but my final question is, you've mentioned lots of times Integrate, and I have this nervousness about IT systems and delivery and whether they're going to work or not. What's the plan B?
So I may
not have the whole time to
But I just wanted to highlight the fact that you've talked about dashboards, you've talked quite a lot of sort of integrated management speak, you've talked about the importance of IT systems, you've talked about the transformational effect it's going to have, you've talked about how it's going to transform the civil service, yet every IT system we have had is in some way or another has failed.
Absolutely, and so I come from that background in terms of major digital systems, and I think whilst it being a huge opportunity, it's obviously hundreds of millions from a procurement perspective. The process that will be delivery of that, obviously there's a substantive programme team, cross-cutting team. There is the requisite skills for the SRO leader who's gone through the MPLA training. We have now put in further resource to lead in parallel some of the digital aspects. I'm just now to appoint a chief digital officer who will have key in-service leadership. We undertook a digital maturity assessment on the civil service in terms of our maturity, and it showed that we were at a very low maturity element. And I guess one of my concerns is
we're at a very low maturity element of this.
A low maturity from overall digital skills knowledge within the civil service, not in relation to Integrate. So actually, the need to actually create some core digital competent skills within the service. So that's part of the people strategy, is to deliver that digital skills, plus also to create digital expertise. So the project itself obviously will have the normal checks and balances, but it is a major capital project, so we need to be over all those contingencies. I've met with the Integrate team. I know this committee went out to visit them as part of their process. I'm also having substantive engagement, but I guess as any major IT project is, there will need to be the checks, the governance structures as well.
Are we green, orange or red in that at the moment?
Well, I'm not sure on that, but I was just going to add to what Jane was saying is in terms of it as well, what we do have the advantage of is having colleagues in UKG who will have gone through a similar and used the same system.
Yeah.
So
I'm worried about.
But we're sort of reaching out to them and being very clear what worked, what didn't work, what are the pitfalls that we need to. Certainly, I'm just talking from a sort of an HR perspective. As you're saying, you know, line managers will be able to self-serve, but then there's also in terms of management information. But our management information will get better, but it doesn't mean that we don't have management information as it exists. So there's an MI team. In my team, there's people capable and very good at producing all the sort of really good stuff that Catherine's team produces. So it's still there, and we have official statistics, obviously. But I think the thing is to learn from others and to make the connection with UKG and others.
My apologies, Chair. I've sort of taken up too much.
That's okay. I'm going to bring in others now. Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Gina, I think you said one of your roles is the secretary to the executive. How do you think the executive are performing?
Actually, it is. So obviously I'm here representing the ministers in my role as head of the civil service. I have to say that it's been my privilege to be a part of the civil service as well. So I recognise, and we've just talked about the challenges of my role in kind of that leading that overall kind of approach for ministers, and I don't underestimate kind of the challenges of a multi-party coalition, and I admire all people in this assembly for going forward to leading that. I know the programme for government, it's the first time a programme for government has been delivered since 2009, and notwithstanding the fiscal challenges, so delivery on that will be critical. I work in a really engaged form with all ministers and have very positive engagement with them as well. So I guess it's not my perspective to commentary on the performance of kind of the institutions that I work for, but I can say it's a privilege to work within them and to work for them.
I think I'd just say that, Jerry, just to butt in and say lots of important questions to ask. Civil servants, there is a limit on how much civil servants are able to comment on the performance of politicians, and I think we just have to be mindful of that. But go on ahead, Jerry.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask is there's been a lot of focus in the chamber or about kind of the gender and the sexual identity of some members of civil service. I think there's an obsession with people who are maybe trans or sort of non-gender conforming. I think that has a big impact when people, some parties are obsessed with that. And I asked the finance minister last year about this, and he was kind of concerned about the effect that it could have on civil servants. He didn't have any data in terms of how many people may have sort of come forward about sort of bullying or harassment because of that toxic environment being created. But is there anything you would like to say in terms of that as a general point, Jane?
As a general point, I would commend our staff networks, who are a really important, I guess, engagement tool for delivery of the people strategy, but also a really important strategic lever because they represent kind of all of Northern Ireland, and they're really important as part of developing our strategy. And I take responsibility and support for engaging with those networks really importantly, and to make sure that there's an inclusive workforce to be engaged with and to be part of, and indeed to represent. And there are many different networks. Obviously there is the LGBTQ, but there's the Race and Equality, there is the Cancer Network, there's the Women's Network, and varieties of which I engage with them all. We had our International Staff Network celebration last week as well. I have no information on any stats that you refer to Jerry. That would obviously be a matter from the Finance Minister.
Well, I mean, just to add to that, we do have obviously a policy around if anybody is suffering or feels that they are subject to any form of harassment or bullying or dignity at work. So that policy has just been updated and has been also agreed with the trade unions. We also work very, very closely with the trade unions on all our policies, but just on a day-to-day basis in terms of any issues that maybe we have informal discussions with them in terms of just any issues that may be bubbling. And in the people survey, there is a part of that talks about any form of harassment or bullying or being subject to anything, discrimination and the numbers are very, very small, but that's, you know, we have to take them very seriously in terms of, so.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, my point was more about the sort of the general political culture. I don't know, you may not comment on that, but I think from our vantage point, if that is coming through as a trend that staff are feeling under pressure because of the political environment, then I think it would be up to the committee to hear some of that.
Well, I mean,
Thanks. So I have a couple
certainly
of questions.
if any of those issues come through, you know, if anything like that on any issue comes through, then it comes through the LGBTQ plus network or the trade unions, and you know, we have a very good open communication line there.
No, that's good. And maybe feed that back if people are comfortable. The other point is about like over the years I've stood on several picket lines with NIPSA, mostly NIPSA staff members in terms of civil service workers on strike, and they've said to me quite regularly that a lot of staff, lower grade staff, are having to work second jobs at weekends and evenings. And I'm obviously quite concerned about that. But they've also said at the same time there's been an increase in the sort of higher level or higher wages within the civil service. Following on from Diane's question earlier, do you have a figure or a percentage about the number of senior management who are on over 100,000 in the civil service?
I don't have that figure.
I have a figure that, which I can certainly follow up in writing to, which shows that that the SCS median figure is lower than the UKG overall figure, and certainly that, and sort of how we compare in terms of pay from, you know, entry level right up through, so we can certainly get some figures on that for you. The pay rise, the pay award applies to everybody. You know, there's no differential in terms of that, except of course for the living wage, which is a commitment that the civil service has and still has around being a real living wage employer. So if ever our grades fall below that at the bottom, then that is uplifted, and we have committed to that for quite some time. So it may be, you know, how people feel, but I don't think the evidence is there to support that, Jerry.
Well, the wages is definitely still a thing for civil servants.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
appreciate if we get the figures of staff over 100,000 and percentage maybe increase over the last number of years. That'd be useful. The other question maybe for Jane is we've had a lot of certainly I have a lot of communication around sort of extreme weather policy from public sector workers, so not just civil service but right across the board. And obviously we've done some assembly questions about this. So there's a concern that if there's extreme weather, it's sometimes left up to specific, you know, school or workplace or whatever, and there needs to be a sort of clear communication about if the weather hits whatever warning, then there's an automatic sort of shutdown system. Would you or sort of your sort of direct team have any involvement in drafting or having an input into any of that kind of stuff?
There's obviously, as part of the civil contingencies framework, depending on how that's delivered, there'll be protocols and there'll be tactical coordination groups. They're mostly established under Life and Limb, which will be a PSNI-led initiative. First of all, there'll be protocols and directions made. That will be at an official level. Within the kind of decisions regarding kind of schools, that's again a matter for the department working with the schools as well to inform their policy. Obviously, it's in an overall aspect. So whilst there is engagement, we don't define the policy from how the ALBs will take that, and I guess many of those decisions are taken at a locality level. But I can come back and give you any further information, Jerry.
Yeah, that'd be useful because that'd be useful because I mean I'm basically being told the department have their own procedure, and I understand that. But if you're playing a somewhat central role in that would be useful. Hopefully, one final question is there's been a lot of commentary in a general sense around the public sector. I mean, this is 20, 25 years in the making, if not longer, about the public sector being too big, and the narrative is therefore you have to reduce the staff and somehow magically jobs will appear. I don't believe that for a second, that the public sector is too big, and quite often there's case for extending it in the health service and education and elsewhere. But I don't know if you want to comment on any of that sort of narrative about sort of calls to reduce scale back to the public sector. You have any view or any take on that?
I don't have a view in the bigger, smaller versus, but I guess delivering what ministers and what the service needs would be my starting point. I guess there is some narrative regarding kind of large expanses in the civil service. The civil service hasn't actually, in the Northern Ireland civil service, it hasn't grown, and over the last number of years it's grown by around, I think, 3,000, but those were figures that were provided fully funded, kind of work and pensions, because DFC have delivered such a strong perspective in terms of delivering that, and obviously those are well-paid jobs being brought in as part of those aspects. I think that the stats, and of course there's the benchmarking that Treasury looked towards, wasn't evaluated in a like-for-like perspective, and that's a really important aspect. There are many different aspects that need to be compared in the UK. The model that they took out the areas that were retained, such as defence, but didn't put in the areas which are devolved to local governments, such as social care and those different aspects as well. So I guess that like-for-like provision. But I think ultimately, as you look towards the service, it's actually how do we need to be staffed with the workforce model, a strategic workforce plan that delivers that in a cost-effective area. There are new technologies and new solutions that are coming on board, which should be able to kind of allow individuals to be contributing in different ways with different innovations. So that's very much the focus of the people strategy, is getting the actual correct strategic workforce plan in an affordability criteria. And I guess the affordability aspect is really important too. So Jill, I don't know whether you have...
Okay. Have enough of that, Jerry, or did you want?
I have a few other questions, but I'm probably not able to get them in, so that's okay.
Well, if you want or two more, that's fine. Just trying to make sure we get everybody in. But
I'm okay to go again?
Yeah, go ahead. But obviously, just on policy questions, we have to be mindful that we can't expect civil servants to answer on policy.
Sure.
But fair enough.
Just in terms of, it was touched upon earlier, but the recruitment, and obviously, I noted your comments to the chair, but I don't think there was an actual date given to stop the focus on agency staff. And in terms of recruitment, there's a lot of commentary, a lot of communication rather towards myself, I'm sure other MLAs, about how long it's taken for somebody to get an interview, to get a post in the civil service. It's taken almost a year in many cases, and there's a frustration amongst civil servants that there's an automatic focus on external recruitment, which is long, lengthy, and costly as well, and there's a limited career progression for people within the civil service. So couple of questions in there, but there's a lot of anger and frustration about that whole process.
I think the time to fill was covered by Catherine earlier in terms of those the pilots for the high volumes for competitions that have been run that have reduced that from a 10 to 12 week perspective, and those are for some entry level.
So Jerry, recent AO competition, we've just run a Belfast competition, vehicle examiners and industrials. Again, we were able to turn those competitions around within a 12-week period, so 12 weeks from advertising to the sort of people being brought into interview. Now, I suppose for us the difficulty in time to fill, it's some posts, it's quite quickly then we can allocate within a day or two basis, but the vehicle examiner, for example, they bring them in for a technical test, and so it just depends really on the nature of the post, the length of time. But you're absolutely right in terms of time to fill and all of our frustrations with that, which is why we've looked at a different provider and a different model, and we've really shown through that approach that we can do things much more quickly. And you're right, the last AO competition did take a year more, but the exact same competition we turned that round in 12 weeks as opposed to 12 months. So we're now scaling that up and working our way toward it. And we're also bringing recruitment back in-house, fully managed end-to-end by Next HR from next year. So again, that just gives us a further opportunity to help alleviate those frustrations and really drive our improvement forward by way of time to fill, time to hire, and time to getting people into posts in a really quick way.
Really look at that a bit more detail, but that sounds positive. Thanks for your answers.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Deirdre Hardy.
No, thanks very much. And I think it is important. I mean, our political architecture here is nuanced, and obviously the civil service is nuanced in ways in terms of accountability and oversight as well, and what you have direct control over and what you don't. But I think it is important and welcome, Jane, just the steps you've outlined in terms of greater accountability and I suppose building that sense of a united team, that they're working towards a vision as well. And I think it will be good to see more of the outworking of that as we move forward. The bit I wanted to ask, and I know you had mentioned it in terms of an evidence base around vacancies and refilling those vacancies as well, but it's looking at that leadership position and kind of building a different culture within the service around, have you identified any skills gaps and how you future-proof that going forward as well in terms of how society's going to change, using the opportunity of just the natural turnover in the civil service to do that as well. And I think you're right, I mean, it shouldn't be civil service versus others in other sectors and how you bring it. It's just trying to find the right people to do the right job and to look at progression for both internal and external as well. So it's just to see if you've identified what the gaps could potentially be. Have you looked at that over a longer term trajectory in terms of we're going to have an ageing population that's going to throw up a multitude of challenges and even things around global shocks. I mean, it's every couple of years now we're getting global shocks and it's how we can manage those and the impact that that has here. And the bit around, I think part of this is even around the Civil Service Board. And I, commend that we are opening that up even to people that aren't within the civil service. I think that's a good thing. So it's just really to hear your views on the 3 independent members and the changes in culture you think that has brought. And are there gaps in that? Are there certain sectors? I'm even thinking of the third sector, for example, not just always going to the private sector either, in terms of having a rounded view of how we can improve output within the civil service. So is there more that could be done there in terms of the board that's driving the change? And I suppose the thing around siloed working, because I know when you've done the press release for the 3 independent members, you talked about working across organisational boundaries. So I'd like to have some examples around, are you beginning to see change there and what more needs to be done, and I suppose what skills we need within the organisation to meet some of those challenges.
Just there's a couple of things there. So one, one's around NEDs, non-executive directors. What are you doing around effectiveness of it, including more third sector people, I think is a critical one. And then right skilling in terms of global shocks, I think is another one, Deirdre.
Yeah.
Because there's so many of them.
You mentioned you're recruiting somebody around all the IT and transformation and that's, but are there other areas that we need to pay attention to going forward?
Thank you. Global shocks, skills, and then the structures. So I guess starting on the skills provision, that's really important. I think the qualification of the strategic, the workforce and the job families and the professions. So we've identified, I think it's 40 professions overall in terms of, and there was I think previously 23 in terms of that overall kind of skill set. And then the job families, it's a massive piece of work that actually provides not just a definition of what those roles need, but actually a career pathway through the organisation as well. The areas, and maybe Jill can talk to a couple of those points, but then also the areas of the success profile, so moving away from a competency-based framework as well, which is in kind of performance dimensions, that actually looks towards what are the specific skills that are required as part of that. I think one of the key elements and aspects of that has been perhaps some of the work that you maybe have engaged with our CSTA, but has established a government science and technology network across that community of interest. And we have actually a really substantive number of scientists and technologists across that, but there wasn't that community of interest. And identifying those areas from a science and technology of research interest, there was a showcase, I think, in the members' room upstairs regarding some of those departmental areas of research interest and how they, towards that collaborative, collective working together. There's also associated the government AI network has also been established to see where are the opportunities. I guess really importantly from a governmental perspective, trust and positive trust has to be the kind of first aspect of that, trust in the use of AI and the governance of that really important data, which is creating that framework for joint collaboration and indeed progression for those skill sets. appointing, the chief digital officer will be a really important aspect across the service in terms of delivering some of those aspects. And of course, then we have other professions, the legal professions in many different areas, kind of the procurement aspects as well. But maybe ask Jill to speak about the job families, and I'll come into the other.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the whole point of the guidance on strategic workforce planning, which is not just about numbers, number crunching. It is genuinely asking departments to think about different ways and different skills, and maybe skills that may be missing. So it's that planning for the skills bit. But then, as we said, we're moving away, and we have it designed already, of a workforce model that is largely either professional, technical, or general service. So we now have job families and professions, and they set out then sort of what each of those roles are. Next big piece of work that we're looking at along with Integrate is how do we look at what is a whole skills taxonomy, like a whole big, what are the skills set for each of those roles, maps them across. I think it's also how we recruit. So the success profiles, Jane's right, it's not that you would be just completely dropping competencies, but it's like looking at and much more around, so in terms of experience, skills, behaviours and potential as well. So it's not just sort of the specialist skills. Then there's like ways of actually buying in, and getting professional skills that maybe the civil service wouldn't have a large cadre of, but you would actually identify a special skill set that you would need. So that would maybe potentially be through secondment. And then in addition to that, there are some areas that we have not been able to recruit very easily on because of market rate, quite frankly. So then there is a recruitment and retention allowance policy has been agreed, and that puts in place a very robust business case with evidence to show, well, actually we can't recruit this particular skill or this particular profession because of the salary, and then there's a process to go through for that. In terms of the skill sets that are missing, I think the NIAO report highlighted project management and people management, and then with Next HR, they have done learning needs analysis and have really upped the ante on the actual provision of training in-house, because it isn't always, and different ways of training doesn't always have to be sent somebody on an expensive training course. There's all sorts of things that can be done. So it's that sort of whole package approach to it.
Okay. And then in terms of addressing the resilience and the global shocks, I think that is increasingly kind of, crisis management. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 on my tenure in terms of the pandemic and obviously Ukraine energy crisis, then a further energy crisis as well as kind of the overall global aspects. And I think there's also then looking at where we are, plus also from a data and evidence place. So one of the areas that we is a focus of the senior leadership team is looking at also our demographics, not just where we are now, but looking forward. So we have, I think for the first time, the entry into our primary schools has declined from an entry perspective, but our ageing population and looking through the lens as we are the senior policy advisors to overall the executive, so how we're providing that information to inform policy and making sure that's built into those aspects. It's also established a strategic asset management unit which has mapped all the public sector land across Northern Ireland, and again that's a very significant volume of land, but how that can be used in a more strategic kind of formed way from our overall evidence base. NISR is also looking at kind of the implications for the transformation funds and the joined up kind of not just looking back but also looking forward from a population level and how we can test those aspects. So that's a really key area, particularly as we look towards informing an incoming executive to provide them with the best level of information. Towards that resiliency perspective, so we have the civil contingencies framework which is well established, and we have the protocols for dealing with a crisis and the preparedness, kind of the respond and then the prepare. However, ministers have asked me through, I guess, the increased aspect with the Middle East to look towards a strategic policy group which looks beyond the immediacy of dealing with it, but the broader implications that actually it's having at a Northern Ireland level. I think towards kind of the impacts for those who are most vulnerable, looking towards what what policy intercepts it that we may have to have for those vulnerable, what might be the impact to public sector pay. The rural community, 80% of whom are more reliant on home heating oil, and indeed the impact to workers who have domiciliary care workers and the input of that. So I guess looking towards not just the responding to the crisis, but how we then look towards being more proactive. I know when ministers met as part of the North-South Ministerial Key, one of their key aspects was looking towards that energy security and how we build more of those into those aspects, as well as the security of supply chain and the impacts to our farmers and communities as well as we build towards that. I guess there's the making sure that our policy kind of responses are considering those broader kind of the demographical change, but also kind of those resiliency aspects will be a key approach. And then the non-executives. So the non-executives were appointed 3 years ago, and we didn't have an executive at that perspective. So I went out as part of the recommendations, but to look for specific skill sets which were identified as part of the Audit Office reports and the PAC reports, and that was kind of major capital projects, kind of the people strategy aspect and transformation, and then that public policy, and those individuals were recruited with that lens on. They're coming towards the kind of conclusion of their tenure. We had a board evaluation, an external board evaluation exercise, which is then looked towards what does the board need to be for the next.
Can I just interject? Who did that?
I've just forgotten the name of the organisation.
It would be useful for us to see that. Go ahead to answer your question.
So it was provided. So that's been built into a reset of our next board terms of reference. So it's re-established, and we're working through the actions to deliver that. We're about then to look towards the reset in terms of what those skills are, and I guess that we need to have around for the next part of the next board journey. I've also established a reference panel, which includes some members of the community voluntary sector, which I kind of look towards engaging with from an official perspective. And then we would have, I think, quarterly meetings with all our trade union colleagues to inform them outside the standard formal structures to make sure that they're engaged as well. But we'll come back to you with kind of the perspectives on the next phase for the next board and the recruitment of the non-execs as well. But I take your points on board regarding having a broader sector as well.
I think that would be good, just to conclude, Chair, and even information on the reference panel and, who would be involved. Because I think one of the big things, whether it's health, education, communities, economics in terms of productivity, inequality is like a driving theme, in terms of poor outcomes and the cost then that in terms of delivering interventions. So I definitely think that needs to be an area that we need to be looking at, particularly, as you say, with the demographic shift and even with global events in terms of wealth inequality at that more strategic level as well. But it'd be keen then to keep engagement with the committee on that. And I think also, on the other, it brings it to Jerry and things point as well around just the impact in terms of the workers that we have and how they're treated, and particularly those at the lower pay scale end. Hybrid working's one way, but improved terms and conditions. Obviously it's a lot of women in some of those works and low paid precarious work as well, and that has an impact on societal issues. So it's just how the people strategy picks up on those things, as well as obviously addressing community balance, working class communities or minority ethnic communities, that kind of equality work that needs to be done too. So I'd be keen, maybe not for today, but just to get more info on what we're trying to do in terms of that as well, and the progression, I think, within those lower pay levels also would be useful to know.
I think in the development of the people strategy that Jill led, it was a very broad engagement with it was co-designed with those groups. All those sectors are represented, particularly with the trade unions who come out as part of that, but also kind of the business groups and community voluntary, and ensuring that we deliver. I guess it's a moving. The people strategy was we've got targets, so we need to deliver on the recommendations. We will need to feed in as things change and areas become changed. And I guess that flexibility in working, Jill, didn't we, Vinny?
Yeah, well, look, just to say that the whole equality piece is actually through everything. There was a conscious decision to not have a separate bit, though there is something about inclusive leadership. But actually, it was about saying, if you don't run this through absolutely everything that you're doing, if you don't apply that equality lens, to everything that's in this strategy, then, you know, it'll fail, kind of thing. So, but I'm happy to provide details on that later, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
happy
you,
enough.
Chair.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, so a couple of final things before we let you go. I mean, first of all, Jane, I think it is important to ask and to be direct about the fact that, I mean, we talked about I think Steve asked about you'd been in post since September 21, and I mean, there is a general sense that we haven't made progress since September 2021. You also mentioned this issue around accountability, your accountability being, you could put it caveated, you could put it kind of not compromised in a propriety sense, but compromised in the sense that you don't have direct reports, or you're not directly accounting officer responsible. So can I ask, who does your appraisal? Do you have a formal appraisal process?
I think it's been discussed before, I think in this forum, that there is no formal kind of appraisal process. Now, obviously, I'm under the SCS performance management system. Obviously, that's been a position since, I think, 1999. There's never been a performance management formal process for the head of the civil service.
You think it should be?
Service, I absolutely think there should be. In fact, when the executive was restored and I was changing the performance management approaches for my permanent secretaries, I'm not sure if my predecessors had identified the gap, but I had identified the gap, and I asked people in OD to assess what was delivered in other regions. So I crystallised the issues because
Secretary does it.
Because the Cabinet Secretary does it, but we're obviously a separate organisation. The Cabinet Secretary has never provided it for the devolved administrations.
Yeah.
So I absolutely would support, and of course it is not for me to define that, but I guess to say that I'm not engaged or held to account, I mean, I do engage.
Indeed, you're here now, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate you here.
I deal with ministers, but I wholly support, and in fact I'm the one who raised the point.
Yeah, okay. And obviously there's been some coverage about things like your pay award, and we in this room are used to having people talk about our pay awards, so we're all mature adults in this room. We can talk. We talk about our pay publicly, so we have to talk about yours because you're a senior official. I think it's on the record. I think you're paid more than the UK Cabinet Secretary. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but do you think that future appraisals and potentially pay awards should be linked to delivery of some of the metrics? And sometimes we haven't had to nail down specific metrics, whether that's on reducing vacancies or improving sickness absence. Do you think some of those awards should be linked to delivery on specific metrics?
I would fully accept whatever approach is defined by the responsible area. I think to be held accountable, to have the metrics, as long as you have the values to deliver them, absolutely. So, and I guess also to say, Chair and members, I applied for this job. And I am in a privileged position to have this job, but I appreciate, particularly the cost of living, the quantum that I applied for. I took the job on the basis of the salary that was advertised. I took the lowest base for that, and I have proceeded through the increment base. I have had no input either way for that, so I would be fully accepting for whatever perspective that needs to be provided. I would identify that not for myself, but there are some specialist roles that perhaps there are areas that you need to play for a market rate.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And I would fully agree that I should be held accountable with KPIs.
Okay. But you mentioned the question of virus, and that brings us back to this fairly anomalous position, which is around the constitutional point that you raised. So you don't want to make a recommendation on that, but certainly, I mean, you would acknowledge that this is a challenge. It's a challenge for you. Literally, it is a challenge for you in terms of having the levers to direct and deliver major civil service reform when you're only partly responsible, or perhaps not particularly directly responsible. Do you think that is something that we could look at to improve in terms of making you directly, you or another holder of the role? It's not about you personally.
It's not my position to suggest any constitutional changes, but I actually accept the responsibility. Whilst I am not de facto accounting officer, I accept the responsibility to deliver those closure of TPs, to hold my permanent secretaries. And I guess you say that you don't have the accountability. I do fully understand that is what I need to be doing and what I'm focusing, my time and efforts in terms of making sure we
appreciate you here today, and obviously we intend to use some of those metrics and to hold you and the broader team accountable for it for good constructive reasons. Now, I want to ask about another part of your role, or ahead of the civil service role, which is around civil service impartiality. I'll be brief because one or two other questions the Deputy Chair wants to come in. How often have you pushed back on ministers in relation to questions of civil service impartiality? Now, I appreciate you might not want to give specific examples for obvious reasons, but if you want to anonymise any examples, have you ever said to a minister or intervened with a permanent secretary and said, I don't think that should have happened, or I think there's a propriety issue here in terms of the impartiality of the civil service?
I take the impartiality of the civil service hugely important, as I believe all ministers and all members of the Assembly are, because we form a multi-party government and delivering for the people. So, and speaking truth to that is a core part of my role, and that is what I do. I think it's appropriate for me to give any examples, and that's on all sides of the domain.
Have you done that?
I have.
Yes. And can you give us an anonymous? You can anonymise the example, but give us a broad scenario in which that has happened.
I think suffice to say that is part of my role, and that I have been clearer regarding the boundaries for where the civil service impartiality is, and where rightly ministers should have their responsibility. And I guess that tension keeps, I think, everyone in the correct place, and I take it very seriously. I cannot give any examples because I think that would be leading to...
Of course, and I didn't ask you to name ministers or name departments. That would be difficult. I suppose in a couple of examples where I've engaged with your office, and I understand that the challenges, one was around the Education Minister's visit to the occupied territories, where clearly official resources were used to publicise that, and another was on the publication of the June monitoring round 2 or 3 days before the UK general election. Both, to my eyes, as a former civil servant, completely flagrant breaches of civil service impartiality, and nothing was done. And I am giving a personal view here now, but I do think there's a question about, I think civil servants will see that and they'll say, well, at a leadership level, if they don't see the leader of the civil service able to say, I'm not sure, there's a challenge here, do you accept that? Now, I appreciate you in those particular examples, you've given your view to me, but do you accept that for people who are individual civil servants, they will sometimes look to leadership to stand up for civil service impartiality?
I can assure you, Chair, that I do stand up for civil service impartiality, but I won't go into any specific examples because my role is to manage the civil service in impartial, and that would force me to be partial if I commented on those. But I can assure you that I take those very seriously, and any issues of impartiality, and that's core to the running of the civil service, and to have the trust of our ministers and for the executive.
I would appreciate even an anonymised general example of when it happened, but I will bring in the Deputy Chair now.
Thank you. Just 2 points. The first one being a feedback that would come through would be the operation in Northern Ireland of the block senior civil service, and then the main civil service operating separate. That breeds some sort of cultural problems in terms of them and us, the chief's top heavy, and somewhat lack of integration rather than prioritisation of frontline staff. And it's just themes that come through. And I know some of the best places that I worked would have been one in particular in manufacturing. You would have had the MD, the directors. There would have been a walk around the factory floor every day, and really integrated approach with the management and the frontline staff. Just wonder, are there any steps to have more of that degree of integration, or do you recognise that this is a cultural issue that needs to be addressed within the civil service to a degree?
I mean, I agree that actually hierarchical structures where you feel you're perceived as something it doesn't provide an inclusive environment, of which is the core to the people strategy element. I guess, to give an example, yesterday all of the permanent secretaries and our non-execs were in Maghaberry prison, and we had a tour with my PSNI, or my police service colleagues, our prison service colleagues, across the service, and I guess we're walking the hallways with them as well. It is a really critical aspect, I think, not only for that, but from the importance of being, showing that you're visible leadership, but also understanding the work at the frontline service, because actually often our frontline workers know all the issues that they're dealing with. So I've been to the job market in kind of Lisburn in terms of speaking and the universal credit. I've been to all our schools, as many of our schools across the province, of seeing kind of provision of special education needs and the impact of those services. I've been to our special courts systems as well, to see kind of special provisions for remote turnaround. So it is a really critical aspect as well as part of that. I think some of the structures that are in place, in Clare House, that there's an open, there is no office for the the perm sex there in open plan area encourages that level of working in domain.
I think as well in the development of the people strategy, I mean, speaking quite frankly, in the development of the people strategy, it was actually an issue that we openly engaged and consulted on, discussed with staff. It was a real cross-section of staff and also an independent panel asking. And actually there was a desire, or an agreed approach with the trade union, with everybody really, around the fact that in that engagement that actually there is an SCS cadre, but it's about the ability to be better leaders. You know, so it is called out to some degree in the people strategy as the SCS, but it's actually about providing a visible, value-based collective leadership. So it's not about saying that they're special. I personally think there's sort of a grade hierarchy, and I think that will break down when you move into job families, because at the minute you recruit by grade and you talk about grade, you talk about grade 5s, whatever it might be, instead of the actual role. So I think that will change when we have the new workforce model. But there was really, really good engagement with a cross-section of people on the people strategy, and it was never raised as an issue other than we would like our leaders to be really good, visible leaders. And that also comes through. There's specific questions on that in the people survey.
Yeah, no, that's
so we'll see the next results of that.
It's really, really good to hear. And I think as well, just as we're doing this inquiry, like we're wanting to get to the core of some of the issues that people are coming to us with and make meaningful recommendations ourselves and work with yourself, because when people think we're just here to scrutinise and criticise, but we want to work with you to make improvements. And the other point, we had Catherine and Jill in before talking about this, but just whenever I have you here, Jane, I wanted to ask around sick leave. And we had touched on it before. It's a huge cost. It was like 48.8 million last year, and we'd reported this year. It wasn't, the in-year figures weren't being published, so we're waiting to see what it is this year, and we all expect an increase in it. But it's the ownership of it in terms of the civil service, because like I had raised it before, where the HR function sitting within the Department of Finance. Department of Finance are saying, well, it's up to the different departments to manage that in terms of line management, but whenever you ask them about what's going on in their department, they're saying this is actually managed by the Department of Finance. So I just think for you as a head of civil service piece, I think there's, this number is big. It's not a good look. It's not a good, performance indicator. It hits the press. It's not a good news story. It's not something that, we want to see in this place, but is there something that can be done or for you in terms of your leadership to actually say this is something that we need to address? Let's all get to grips with it, whether it be targets or just make sure that people are taking that as individual ownership, because I understand, and I say I'd asked Catherine and Jill about it before, and I know that it's a work in progress, but it doesn't really feature a lot in terms of specifics in the year one report on the people strategy, and it's a big number. It's getting bigger, and we're in the circumstances we are. So just in terms of you as head of the civil service, what's your thoughts on?
And I agree, and I think it's 48 million is so I guess in the fiscal situation, but never withstanding the value kind of for money aspect, notwithstanding obviously people have life events and there is sickness. Catherine talked about the figures actually, so the figures are declining. We've got the official stats, the 13.8 going down to 13.4, and then we've got the unofficial, which we haven't got through the NISR machine, so there is some incremental improvement, and then there's some of the fundamentals in place. There'll be evaluation with my meetings with the perm sex regarding their sickness levels and what they're doing in it, but also the dashboards that we're producing. It would be my view for consideration that there'll be a number of very key metrics: time to fill, sickness levels, and that would be one that I think once we have now, which we do, have the fundamentals in place and we're showing the incremental improvement and we're doing into the hotspots, that we should be setting targets, notwithstanding some areas. Perhaps prisons will always have a difficulty in that area, but absolutely that we tackle a few very focused things that we will be collectively as a leadership team held to account and hold each other account for that, and that's part of the work that Catherine's been leading in terms of that management information.
And as Jane said, look, and whilst it is a small decrease, but we have seen, over the last 2 years of NISR reporting and then our sort of 2 subsequent years of our own management information, again with a huge health warning in terms of the robustness of it, but we are seeing a steady decrease in absence. But the work that we've done, and again, happy to come back and share with committee, but, working with NISR in actually doing a proper drill down into our absence and like how we do compare with other organisations, that some of the initial findings from them, that we can look, for example, at Department A, and in that particular grade, at, you know, in males over the age of 55, that's driving down the absence in that whole department. So it just means that we can say, well, look, what do we need to do for that particular cohort of staff that will really help us drive that down? So it's having that really robust intelligence that we can then say, well, actually, the expectation of our absence should be that level, and how do we drive that down? And we're really, really moving in that direction.
And I guess
the meaningful information, as you say.
Yeah. And I guess that, to sure, that isn't just about the 40 million, of course, that's a critical important, but that's getting people back into fulfilling lives again, and, you know, servicing our people and intervening and supporting them. And I guess we have got some really positive anecdotal feedback of kind of the new services and the provision of that wraparound areas that are being delivered.
And even in terms of the work we've done in bereavement, and now starting to look at particularly the demographic and the age of our own staff, and thinking about, you know, elderly parents with dementia. So there's just different lenses that we want to put on how we actually support our staff before they go off, and to get them back in a more supportive way as quickly as we can.
Absolutely, and I know even things like, you know, like the miscarriage leave and stuff like that, you know, like there's a lot of really sensitive issues here and that come into play. But no, thanks very much, appreciate that.
Steve Aiken, one very, very brief.
Just very quick one. Harry Truman used to have on his desk a very famous saying, the buck stops here. Under collective leadership, where does the buck stop?
Here.
There? You're responsible, and we'll hold you to that. Well done.
Well, we may need to clarify some of the legal points around that. We may need to give you the VIRES, as you said. The one final thing we were going to raise, and we may need to go into closed session to do, some of it was around there's been some reporting around an individual at permanent secretary level being paid. I think there are broader concerns, and I think it's important that we ask these questions, because there is bluntly a sense abroad within the Northern Ireland Civil Service that culturally things just kind of keep going, and real reform doesn't really happen. And I think you would have to acknowledge that that is a perception. You might dispute whether that perception is real, but there is a perception. Diane mentioned earlier on that real accountability doesn't happen, or isn't. People are sort of managed in sometimes fairly unusual ways. We'll go into, I think, closed session because you want to talk about an individual. But can you answer that cultural point that we haven't really changed the culture since RHI or since the first NIA report, and some of what we might be all talking about in closed session might reflect that. People just don't really get the sense that fundamentally the civil service culture's changed, and they sort of think that some of it, yes, comes from the unusual political structure, and I mean, in many ways, no offence to you, Jane, because you applied in good faith, but the job is vacant because the two big parties effectively blackballed two appointable candidates in a previous recruitment process, is the truth that everyone knows. So there's a sense that culturally things aren't really changing. Do you agree with that?
I think culture change takes a long time, and I guess it's the essence of all change, but I actually 100% agree that culture change is changing.
I think
the people survey results had some, from a low base, had indicators of that. Of the 7 of the 9 indicators, they had improved. One had stayed the same, one had declined by 1%, and that was kind of my work perspective. I think some of, taking some anecdotally about, poor performance, which has been really poorly managed across the service historically, that increased by 10 percentage points between those two surveys, showing the difference in terms of those aspects and the culture change. I think what the evidence will be is as we roll these things out, and the evidence will be in terms of being kept accountable for the delivery, and also the tone that we set at the top as well, at that collective leadership level, and the responsibility I take in the leadership. But it is slow. Chair, I agree it is slow.
It is slow, okay.
But I feel it is changing.
And slower than it should have been?
I think an organisation of 24,000, 25,000 takes some time to change, and I think to embed new processes. I'm not going to hide behind the constitutional structures or whatever my varies are, but it's an organisation which we are in the process of changing, but it doesn't happen in a kind of a single moment with a single aspect and deliverable.
Okay, well, we appreciate.
Do you have anything else in people strategy?
No, I just think that, I was just going to make that point about that one of the key questions of the people survey is poor performance is dealt with effectively in my team. So that is a key question in the agree, disagree or whatever, and that has gone up by 10 percentage points. So it's just, I do take the point about perception, but I'm just saying that we do actually ask that question specifically.
It's really important that we, because this perception is broad, so we need to ask robust questions and get robust answers, because that's part of improving public confidence in all of us as politicians and as civil servants, because it's really, really low at the minute, and it's genuinely not to get at people. I would rather talk about this stuff in open session because I believe in transparency, but given at the specific request all around this particular person who is being, we are told, paid centrally in the Department of Finance, we're going to go into closed session to discuss that. However, before we close that, can I thank you for coming to give us evidence? There will be specific things which I'll round up when we go back into open session after this that we have agreed lots of things you're going to give us and we're going to hold you to account for. We appreciate that, and we hope it's for the long-term good in terms of producing a robust report and improving performance generally. But thank you very much for coming to give us evidence today, and we appreciate that. We'll now go into closed session. We're going to have a very brief conversation to establish.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate chamber. Signed. 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 Senate chamber. Sound. 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 Senate chamber.
We've got papers we're asking head of the civil service in the NICHR for. We follow up on that.
Right. Okay. So we'll go live now, folks.
That's where you stopped and done the bus transfer years ago.
That's us in, Chair.
Okay, members, so we're back now. Thank you all for your patience with the previous session. It was really important. We had a useful session in closed session, which I won't go through all the details on, but we were able to confirm a couple of important bits of fact around some of the reporting on particular members of the senior civil service. We also have a number of actions just to confirm members. One of which is, I won't list them all in detail because I'm sure our both Clark team and Hansard will be able to pick up on them, but we had a few specific bits of information. For example, clarity on the metrics around vacancy management and either targets that are being worked towards or updated numbers. I think it would be helpful to get updated numbers in terms of, so we talked about 3,200 vacancies in the workforce. That's more than 10% of the workforce. That's now gone up since the NIAO report to 3,700. We would like to know, I think, later this year at an appropriate time. We don't need to know every week, but where the direction of travel is certainly by the time, by kind of autumn time. So we're able to give a sense in our report, and then a number of other, I think, metrics. We asked for updates of what targets, if any, they're working towards. There were a couple of other specific bits I think were asked for from Deirdre in relation to board effectiveness that I think will be picked picked up on.
Got those, Chair.
Yeah.
Pick up on
There was something Jerry Carroll asked for in relation to numbers of civil servants paid over 100k. That's probably quite easily findable, but I think
Yeah.
we confirm that for us. That would be useful. And there will be other bits of information that came up. Yeah, the board effectiveness. Sorry, we had the specific thing. In addition to the points you raised, we asked for they did an assessment on the effectiveness of the non-executives of the board, of the next board. So if we can get that, and anything else then that came up, that was obviously a long and at times quite robust session, but it was important that it was. Okay, now members, we're going to go into our next session, which is review of arm's length bodies, and we're going to know a briefing from the department. As always, you're presumably happy. Hansard report, page 262.
Chair, can we just also get members to agree that we add the 2 submissions from individuals that have come in for the inquiry? If we get members' agreement to add those to our inquiry evidence base. Thank you.
Yeah, are we agreed?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, so now members, there's an updated briefing packet 264 in relation to the ALB review. There's a written briefing paper from the department which we previously considered in December 2025. That's at page 267. So now the first thing to say is thank you for your patience. I hope I'm sure you're all, given how digitally enabled the Northern Ireland Civil Service is, I'm sure you've all been working feverishly outside and hasn't been a second of lost productivity. But notwithstanding that, we apologise and we appreciate your patience. We obviously had a very important previous session. Not that this one isn't important. And there are obviously some related matters because tangentially ALBs actually came up in the previous session. So we have in front of us to talk about the arm's length body review. Tony Simpson, who's Deputy Secretary for Strategic Policy and Reform, Helen Toner, who's Director in the same part of the department, and Stuart Stevenson, who is Director of Property Services Division, I think a new job since the last time we saw you, Stuart. No, perhaps?
No, Chair.
No, okay.
For the record, I'm still the Treasury Officer.
Oh, are you? Oh, right, okay. We were some discussion about that, so you're wearing multiple hats. Well, in any case, you're here today as Director of Property Services Division, but we're happy to have you. Tony, if you give us an opening statement and members indicate if you want to ask a question.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair, and members for inviting us here today. You've already introduced Helen, who's been leading on this work in my team, and Stuart, who is still in his role as Treasury Officer of Accounts. And given the link between this work and wider ALB governance arrangements, thought it was useful to have Stuart with us today to kind of cover any questions on kind of wider financial management and governance issues across departments. Certainly welcome the opportunity to provide the committee with an update on the department's work on public bodies. As members will have seen from our written briefing, this work is well advanced and nearing completion. We are now in the final stages, focused on validating the data with departments to ensure the accuracy and findings are robust and reliable ahead of consideration by the Minister. With permission, Chair, I thought it might be useful just to very briefly set out the background of this work and what we're hoping to achieve. So the committee will be aware that there was an exercise previously conducted by the department in 2021, but it was subsequently acknowledged that this high-level assessment did not provide a sufficiently robust review of ALBs to allow decisions to be taken, and it was agreed that it would be for individual ministers to determine the status of their ALBs. In December 21, the executive then agreed it would be for sponsoring departments to take forward assessments of their relationships with ALBs, including plans for ALB reviews as part of their existing governance and accountability frameworks. So the executive also agreed to the preparation of legislation referred to commonly as the Public Bodies Bill, which was thought then would provide a useful mechanism in certain circumstances to support ministers in reforming their ALBs. And the drafting of that bill and the preparation of departmental plans were in train prior to the executive collapse in February 22. So following the restoration of the executive in 24 last year, the department commenced 2 connected pieces of work to strengthen our understanding of the ALB landscape. This initially involved an ALB public sector pay landscape review, and later in 25 the department commenced a one-off ALB review exercise with departments to assess the status and outcomes of any of their public bodies reviews, and in particular to consider whether there is a clear need for primary legislation in the form of a public bodies bill. So these have been very significant data collection exercises. I suppose just briefly on terms of the ALB review exercise, in September last year, the Minister asked all departments to nominate representatives for this focused exercise, and a working group was established across departments. And since the last update was provided to the committee in December, progress has been made on that, and the exercise was conducted in 2 phases. We've completed the first phase of this exercise, establishing a single verified list of public bodies across departments, and this was shared with the committee in February. Phase 2 involved a further information gathering exercise across the 119 bodies that were agreed to be in scope. These excluded executive agencies and North-South bodies, and we have completed the main data collection exercise element of this, with all departments providing detailed returns. And since then, officials have been working very closely with departments to validate that information. So this work's now well advanced, and analysis is underway with ongoing validation of the data and ongoing findings. In terms of the pay landscape review, as I mentioned, the department has conducted that piece of work, and given DOF's overall responsibility for public sector pay and wider budgetary processes, this work is informing the department's consideration and analysis of pay-related matters, including trends in pay in comparison between different public sector staff groups and bodies. And similarly, it's involved a very comprehensive, extensive data collection piece. And the updating of those data sets has been ongoing, including some further cooperation following the Audit Office's recent report into partnership working with ALBs. So I suppose just to conclude my remarks, given the scale and complexity of the ALB landscape, this has been a significant exercise with a huge volume of data collected, which is being validated at this point in time. The department's focus is to ensure that it provides a robust and accurate picture of the overall ALB landscape. It's important to stress that this exercise is not the beginning of ALB reform. Departments, their ministers, accounting officers are already responsible for the oversight of the bodies they sponsor, ensuring the necessary governance arrangements are in place, and identifying where reform is necessary or where outcomes or value for money can be improved. What we want to obtain through this work is an overall picture of the current position on the ALB landscape, and in particular, as I said, to assess whether a public bodies bill will be a useful vehicle to support that reform or not. Once the data is fully validated and assessed, the Minister will of course need to consider the findings of that, any potential next steps, and how he might want to engage with his executive colleagues. So in short, the groundwork has been done, but there's some further work to be done with departments and ministers, and you can assure the committee that we will keep you updated as we work through that. I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay, members, as always, indicate if you wish to ask a question. Now, I suppose the first question is to sort of contextualise it. There was a commitment in New Decade, New Approach to not just review arm's length bodies, it's important to say, but to review arm's length bodies, quote, with a view to their rationalisation. Is that no longer the policy of the executive? Now, I know we're 6 years after New Decade, New Approach, but just for the purposes of clarity, is the position of the executive that it is reviewing arm's length bodies with a view to their rationalisation, or just reviewing them?
Well, there's been no overall executive position that I'm aware of taken on that since then. So really what we want to establish now is that moving on from that New Decade, New Approach commitment, the position of the executive was it would be for individual ministers to review and consider what reform was needed and to develop any action plans as necessary. So really what we want to do now is take a stock take of where departments are with that, so we can assess that overall picture and then assess whether or not a public bodies will be a useful means of doing that.
Okay, and so you went out and asked the departments what they were doing on arm's length body reviews. That was last year. That was last
September.
So we went out in well, the exercise started in September when the minister wrote out, and then we went out in December and got the first phase, which was the actual list of bodies, and we've been working then since February through to the end of March when we got the initial data in, and since March we've basically been trying to validate that because it is quite a complex landscape and make sure that it's accurate.
And were they supposed to have been doing it? So whenever you wrote out to them in September, was the expectation that they had been doing, were they supposed to have been doing something before then?
Well, it would be for individual ministers to determine what their review activity would be, what ALBs they would need to review, what the nature of those reviews might be. So that's what we're trying to establish.
Not to get too yes, Minister, but was there so that a review was announced in 2020, but then I think a desktop exercise of some kind happened in 21. Then election institutions collapsed or didn't restart. we had that period of political, no executive. So presumably, at that point there was no active arm's length body review. There was an exercise that happened in 21. There was a kind of, that began, and then that was kind of parked. So there's no active policy, I think it's fair to say at that point.
No new executive position taken on restoration.
And then the restoration, there's no new policy taken. Then last year, prompted by probably a number of things, and possibly including questions from this committee, the finance minister said, fair enough, I will write out and find out what the situation is. So that's sort of where we got to, is that we were writing out in September to find out. At that point, we were sort of asking, were you asking where are you with this review, or were you asking how many ALBs do you have?
We had two phases. The first was to get an understanding, I suppose, of the landscape and the number of ALBs and the categorisation of those particular bodies. And the second phase then was to understand when had they been reviewed, primarily from the rule that there had been an agreement in the Executive in December 21 that the Department of Finance would take forward a public bodies bill if there was a need, if there was a number of bodies that had been identified for reform. So that exercise was to understand if the bodies had been reviewed, when those reviews had happened, what the status was, if there was a need for a public bodies bill. And then we did supplement it with a few extra questions to get an understanding of the use of shared services across the bodies as well. So that those were the questions that were asked, and it was primarily for the driver to see, is there a cohort of bodies that have been reviewed where reform or change is needed that would benefit from taking forward a public bodies bill, and that's the driver. So there was a number of questions: had they been reviewed? What was the outcome of the review? Does it need a public bodies bill? And the use of shared services.
Okay, and how many had reviewed and how many hadn't?
Well, that's the data that we're in the process. So we've got some of the first phase is complete, and we got the list of bodies. We're now working through we got initial returns. I think the last initial returns came in towards the end of March, and now we're just trying to work back and forth to validate that data.
You must know were there some departments that just didn't actually do a review and just said, oh, actually we didn't do this in the end. Well, we'll start now.
It's not. There isn't a binary choice really between do a review and not do a review. Yeah. So what we're seeing and what we're trying to explore to ensure that we have a consistent picture is that there's a spectrum of review. There's ongoing governance activity that the departments will be engaging with their ALBs, and then there's a spectrum of review type activity that a department could be doing. So it's not a simple have you reviewed or not. There could be light touch reviews, there could be in-depth reviews, they could be looking at governance arrangements, board effectiveness.
Exercises, dare I say it?
Yeah, well, perhaps yes, and wider programme effectiveness reviews. So there's a broad spectrum, and what we're trying to gauge is to be able to present this in the most meaningful way possible to understand that review activity and where that's taken departments to with their ALBs.
And I suppose the outcome of that review activity, if it requires a public bodies bill, is the other question.
So then there's no decision yet on whether there's going to be a public bodies, or there's no decision. You haven't made any recommendations to the finance minister about what he could or couldn't do. You're still going through the raw data.
The validation stage, yes.
Okay, and then at a certain point you will produce advice or options for the finance minister saying, this is what we found, and are you likely then to say, well, we've established that there are a cohort of bodies where we're pretty confident that if we, I'm not saying this is definitely what happened, but there are multiple HR functions that could be relatively easily merged, and it would be practical, or even things like, I don't know, communications functions or other. Are you seeing much of that already? Are you seeing many easy sort of quick wins in terms of improving back office functions?
Well, I suppose it's not really around quick wins. What we're trying to establish is the extent to which they're using shared services and whether or not they understand why that might not be practicable. So perhaps in smaller organisations, they may well be more using shared services. We need to establish that. Bigger organisations, there may be a critical mass that it might make more sense for them to have their own internal process services for those functions. So again, it's not a zero bad, 100% use of shared services is good. What we want to really is have a more richness of our understanding of that data to understand what's good.
Are there any surprises then you can give us? Are there any sort of indications that have surprised or shocked or delighted you that you found out in reviewing these arm's length bodies where there's been strange things? For example, some random arm's length body that people had basically slightly forgot existed, and it's toiling away with a vast kind of number of HR professionals, internal auditors, press officers, or has it really been kind of what you would have expected?
I don't really. I don't. We're not in a position now to comment on what are, on a data set that's still being validated. And before kind of findings have been presented to the minister, I wouldn't want to kind of give a view on something before I have total confidence in the data. I suppose the richness and the value in this for us is having that overall picture. Yeah. So obviously, we haven't had a comprehensive list of public bodies before held centrally. Departments.
What did you say? 113? No. What was that the number?
Sorry, we had 139 public bodies of various classifications. Yes. About 84 of those are NDPBs, which is what you would classify as the main ALB type. Of that, we didn't take all of those forward for the second phase of the exercise, so we excluded executive agencies and north-south bodies. So there was 119 of those that the data collection then happened for the second phase of the exercise. And I suppose just to manage expectations a little bit, we haven't gone into reviewing each body and what its HR functions are. It's fundamentally to get that landscape picture. Are you using shared services? Which ones? What percentage? Rather than going in depth to each body to understand how they are using them.
Must have at least have a vague sense initially that there's nothing. This isn't talking necessarily about abolishing these bodies or reducing headcount, because that might not be, but that there could be some savings. There's a general sense theoretically there's always savings in any organisation, but do you have at least an indication that you could make savings in broad terms, or you wouldn't want to go venture that yet?
I suppose the questions aren't around, where can you save money? It's have you undertaken a review? Can you give us the recommendations? Where are those recommendations? Are they taken forward? Are there action plans? And then anchoring it back to the kind of key one of the main focuses for us is, would that public bodies bill be a useful vehicle to enable you to do that? Or is that something that a department feels that it doesn't need a public bodies bill for, it can advance it through its own kind of...
Would a public bodies bill put these on some of these would just be non-statutory bodies. They're just things that have been created by ministers, perhaps with or without executive agreement, that do a specific function, and they might do a statutory function, but they themselves aren't in statute. Is that right?
Some of that 140 would be, yes, but the public bodies bill was modelled on the Westminster 2011 Public Bodies Bill. That was the intention at the time. So it was very much for non-contentious bodies. If there was a backlog of reform, for want of a better word, that needed to be done, that this could be done through that vehicle rather than individual primary legislation. Okay. So the bodies would have been named in the Public Bodies Bill. So that's why we really need to understand the landscape of the reviews. Have they been done? And do departments have bodies that they have identified that they would want to make change in? That would benefit from such a legislative process.
Okay, bring in others now, Deputy Chair.
Thank you all very much for coming, and I think it follows on from the theme that we had in our previous session with the head of the civil service in terms of in Department of Finance, you're sitting in this centralised role, you're gathering all the data on all of these things to inform other people, but you're not actually making the decisions in terms of the whole civil service. So when it comes to the arm's length bodies and the quangos, I appreciate the list. I actually pulled it up. We got it in February here at committee with the 140 bodies on it, and I think whenever I looked at the list, there's an awful lot I hadn't even heard of and didn't even know that existed. So to have that list is really, really useful. And I think that alongside that list, if we're able to understand the size and scale of each of those bodies, it would be really, really helpful as well. And not just for us, because again, it comes back to the same point. We're a finance committee, we're looking at it centrally, but we're trying to support, as we do with the budget stuff, every other committee to be able to scrutinise their department. So for example, just because it's in alphabetical order and I have it open in front of me, we have DERA, we have the list there, we've got 3 or 4 bodies straight away with an overview of what they do. If there was another column saying how many people were employed there and kind of what the running costs is, and if the DERA committee had their hands on that, it would open a really good conversation for them to be able to scrutinise with the officials in DERA and feeding through on that, well, what are we doing with this body and why? Because a lot of them, when you look at them, are maybe legacy bodies, and I'm just concerned it feels sometimes like it's the default position here within our structures that we form these new bodies. We've got new commissioners for climate change, for language. We've just passed the legislation for the Fiscal Council to be a standalone organisation, and for the Fiscal Council the status of it being standalone, and independent is quite well understood and established, by us here in this committee for financial scrutiny purposes. But where we continue, as a new function arises, to continue to create a new body, I think it's right that we just stop and take a look at it and say, does it need a whole new body for this, or can it be done within the existing structures? So my question to you is, do you think that is well understood across the board in terms of, is everyone looking at you to do this review to think, what are you going to tell them to do? Or do they accept that whenever you put all the data in place, that this is actually a bigger piece that everyone needs to go and look at and stand back in terms of public sector transformation and say, do we need all of this? Are we delivering the best public services because of it?
Yeah, well, the point you make around the data is an important one, and that is part of the data that we have been collecting on workforce, on budget, to give some context to those. I suppose on your last point, no, I wouldn't expect the departments would be looking for us and saying, you tell us what to do. That was a feeling of that last exercise, the desktop piece that was done internally, where, realistically, how can we, sitting in the Department of Finance, tell another department, well, we're looking at, you seem to have a small number of ALBs, and they're small, or you have some big ones, maybe you should rationalise, because maybe it doesn't make sense for two bodies to be merged or one for it to be abolished. But the key thing that we want to get out of this is that transparency. So you will have a list that is there for departments. So even in different departments, you will have different sponsorship teams, there's different arrangements where a department may have an individual sponsorship team looking after individual bodies. Bringing us together brings both that transparency for individual departments, and they can see their list of bodies with the size and the scale, and also then centrally we can look across the piece. So very often transparency, can influence thinking, change behaviours, and I think that's what we're trying to bring with this, as well as that one of our own focuses, which is, do we need to progress that public bodies bill? Would it be useful? So no, it's great, totally.
I think that is really, really important, because as I say, just sitting and looking at the list, maybe different people know a lot more of these things than me. I was surprised, by the size and scale of it. I find it really, really useful to see which ones are NDPBs, which ones are advisory bodies, the different categories. Really useful information, and just to have those little bit of extra, pieces of data alongside that, I think will be a really useful tool in terms of what this means for everyone and their scrutiny, and would be keen to see that whenever it does come through, and anything that we can do, again, as I say, with the budget piece, like we have done a lot of good work in terms of this committee, sitting centrally trying to work with other committees to get some outputs from it, because it's just not all about criticising, it's about coming in and saying, like, we've got a lot of legacy things sitting there, and is it the best use of our resources to deliver our public services through some of these ways? But no, just thank you for that, and I'm just keen to sit on this and progress and see the numbers coming through on it as well. But
the one thing I would just add in response to that is that departments have been working well with us. So the time this has taken is not a reflection on poor engagement from departments. It's just purely on the level of data and the way it has to be interrogated. And as I said earlier in response to the chair, you need to kind of make sure that you're describing, characterising things accurately.
Bringing everybody with you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
No problem. So no further members have indicated they wish to ask, but did you want to come, Deirdre?
Yeah, it was just what the contents of a public bodies bill would have, and I suppose, if you're aware, within each of the departments, if any of them have done a deeper dive in terms of the arm's length bodies.
So that's hopefully what we will get from this exercise when we validate it, in terms of what type of reviews, if reviews have been done, what they included, and we are trying. One of the questions we're asking is on the type of review, because as Tony says, there is a spectrum right through. Some of them are part of very big reform programmes so yes, to understand that. And then the public bodies bill would be there an opportunity to make those structural changes in terms of abolishing, merging, structural changes to bodies, but those would be it would need a programme of work of bodies identified, and they would be named within the bill, and the bill would be live. I think the intention was the time that it would be live for about 5 years, so to bring. So there is obviously a mechanism for departments to make changes to their bodies now through primary legislation. So this was really just if there was that cohort of bodies that had been identified where we wanted to do something that maybe might make that process a little more streamlined.
As part of that, sorry, then you would identify
that's part of the department is
yes.
to identify the bodies they would want included in the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then in relation to next steps, so there's obviously, I would expect even if the executive agreed this quickly, there's very little chance of a bill in this being introduced or passed, or certainly not passed and possibly not even introduced by the end of this mandate. So what are you planning as potential outputs ahead of the next mandate, so to get the steer to get the steer of the finance minister and potentially the executive for planning in a future mandate for a future executive, or what?
If there is the need for that legislation, then that will need to be factored into the legislative programme. I suppose we're at the step before that where we need to establish whether or not that legislation is required. But I suppose coming back to Diane's point, even if legislation is, we establish that as legislation is not required at this point in time, the transparency on the data and the position where departments are with their ALBs, I think would be very valuable to have that to have that both available centrally and with departments, and enable discussions between ministers and their own officials and between departments and our minister.
Okay, right. So we've no one else. That was useful, albeit I would say I'd really like to have an evidence session when you have verified this data a bit more. I appreciate being very patient and waiting and giving us evidence, but it will, I think a more useful evidence session will be whenever you have data that you can give us, or observations, for example, about, I mean, I don't know if you know, are there any arm's length bodies that are, there's good duplication, which is use of shared services, and then there's, as in, well, that's not good duplication, that's the opposite, but you know what I mean, where they're working together. And then if there's duplication of policy, it's one thing having duplicated shared services, that is perhaps sometimes an unavoidable or natural consequence of setting up an organisation, and you may be able to consolidate it and share services. In some cases you may not, for legitimate reasons, but if there's duplication of policy or operational delivery, which there may be, I think that would be particularly interesting for us. And obviously whether, I mean, if there are kind of savings that could be made in a way that isn't simply about reducing a service, or but is more optimal, keen to hear that. Yes, so if you could return to us with when there's observations and the data processing is a bit less raw and a bit more digested, perhaps, that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, we'll get the committee as soon as we can.
Thanks very much.
Okay,
cheers,
thank
we
you.
appreciate your time, and thanks for waiting. Okay, now members, we're going to move on to agenda item 5, Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. We're going to consider some papers, and I presume everyone's happy that Hansard record this. At page 276 of the meeting pack, there's a convention rights memorandum in the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. It sets out clauses or provisions of schedules to the bill which call for particular scrutiny by the committee. The advice is that minor elucidation might be sought from the department on how several provisions will operate in practice, but none raise particular concerns as regards compatibility with the convention. Article 2(1) of the Windsor Framework is not engaged by the bill. So members, we will, if we are agreed, add this to the evidence base for the committee report in the bill. Yes, I think we should, where there are additional questions for the department. There are a few additional technical points for us to raise with the department if members are content. Now, members can refer you to page 290 and some other, page 290, 293 and 296. There are responses from various committees. They'll be added to the committee report in relation to the bill. Page 299 is the Hansard of transcripted deliberations on the committee stage for the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill. That's going to be added too. Okay. We're now going to move on to agenda item 6, was the SL1, Public Service, Civil Servants and Others Pensions Remediation. Remedial Service Amendment Regulations, NI 2026. That's at page 3 with the back, where there is a clerk's memo. Okay, I've got an old version. That's fine. I'm sure it's
okay.
There's a clerk's memo on the scrutiny paper on the SL1. On the SL1, I won't read out the whole SL1 again. Yeah, there is a copy of the SL1 letter from the department at page 305, draft SR at page 309. The draft explanatory memorandum at page 323. Members, the purpose of the statute rule is to introduce minor technical and clarificatory amendments to the Civil Service Pension Scheme to support the effective implementation of the MacLeod remedy, building on the provisions set out in the Public Service, Civil Servants and Others Pensions Remedial Service Regulations, NI 2023. It is subject to negative procedure. The proposal was noted by the committee on the 15th of April. and published on Citizen Space for consultation with no responses. Members, have any comments on this SR? Anyone wants to raise? No. Members, are you content with the proposal for the SR? Agreed. Members agreed that we will publish the committee decision and inform the department accordingly. Agreed?
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 7 is the draft SR on the baby loss certificate regulations. Now the department has formally laid a draft statutory regulation. The baby loss certificate regulations will provide the means to enable the provision of a baby loss certificate to those who have lost a baby prior to the end of the 24th week of pregnancy. The regulations set out how the scheme will operate, including who may apply, the form of application, the conditions for issuing a certificate, and the information the certificate will contain. The rules subject to draft affirmative resolution and the plenary debate to affirm the rules scheduled for the 26th of May, next Tuesday. And it will come into operation the 15th of June. At this meeting on the 29th of April, the committee agreed that it was content with the policy proposal. The department has stated there have been no changes to the policy contents this time. There's a clerk's cover memo, and full details of the rule, consultation, etc. are from page 338. The ESR has indicated that the ESR is not required to be brought to the special attention of the Assembly. Her 65th report is in the packet 345. Members, does anyone have any questions about the ESR? We have discussed this, including some of the formatting of the form. So I think we've done a bit of due diligence on this, and obviously we were both critical to getting this progress on this, and also did very prompt scrutiny on it. So I think we'll be proud of the role the committee played. But if there is, since people are generally, I think, content, I'm going to put the question. The Committee for Finance has considered draft SR. There's 2 X's there, I presume, because they need to put in the number.
Draft affirmative.
It's a draft affirmative. The baby loss certificates regulations Northern Ireland 2026, and recommends that it be affirmed by the Assembly. Agreed? Okay, agreed. A related item is at page 353 of the pack. The committee has previously requested that it is informed of events to publicise the launch of a baby loss certificate scheme. The department has indicated it is considering several options, including a ministerial event. Once details are confirmed, the committee will be kept informed, and I hope invited, because we did have a significant role in doing that. So I think we'd like to make that clear to the department, because the committee was, I think, pretty instrumental in getting it moved. Okay, agenda item 8 is the outturn and forecast. Sorry, Diane.
Will that be on Tuesday after the regulations go through, or in June in the launch?
We're not entirely sure of that yet. I think the department's still deciding how they want to do that, whether they want to do it on the finalisation of the secondary legislation, or whether they want to do it when they're actually able to say this is now coming in and certificates are available. So we're sitting on that one pretty closely.
I just think it should be the launch, because if you make too much of it next week, people will think they can go out and apply for them like the next day. So.
I think that might be worth the committee, even after the debate, kind of clarifying that for stakeholders, because we still get very close contact with them that this isn't the certificate yet, that those will come into place later on.
Okay.
Great. Okay, if members are content, then we will hopefully be kept informed of that, and the clerks can keep us informed about any dates for our diary. Agenda item 8 was due to be the outturn and forecast outturn written briefing, but it's not, because we haven't got it. So I'm going to say to members that we don't have it. It's really frustrating. I think we should make clear to the department that we're not happy that we haven't got the data. We had agreed, and it was in part because, to be fair to the Deputy Chair, had been pretty consistent in talking about the importance of this. This has enabled us, it's improved our scrutiny. I think it's particularly important in the absence of an agreed budget, and in the context of us not getting really important information, including papers, including letters being sent to departments promptly, that we are clear and robust with the department that we had expected to have this. Now, I don't know whether this is because there's it could be a formatting issue, or a spreadsheet issue, or something. There might be, in this case, an innocent enough reason, but I think we should be clear that we should be getting this data, and even if it is an innocent reason, we should ask what it is. Bring in the Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I was going to ask, was there any reason given as to why we don't have it? Because this date has been agreed for some time, and we were expecting to have it. And on, pardon me, the 20th of May, I think that it's fairly reasonable that you would like to have sight of what the 31st of March year-end outturn looked like and where we fell.
Sure, we're aware from the DALO that the particular business area had some additional responsibilities and other things going on that has kind of pushed this around a little bit, but that they are working on getting this to us as soon as they possibly can.
Okay, members are content. We'll move on. Agenda item 9 is Chairperson's business. The first item of Chairperson's business relates to guidance to departments in the absence of a budget for 26-27. That's at page 356 of the meeting pack. There's correspondence from the Minister. As members will be aware, during the plenary debate on the committee's budget report, the Minister gave a commitment to the committee to provide details of what we had thought was a DAO letter, but were not formally Dear Accounting Officer letters apparently, but letters to the accounting officers, but not formal Dear Accounting Officer letters, giving steers to the accounting officers on the operation of the department. They relate to, so they set out the amounts reflected in the contingency planning envelopes, and that they are limited to the amount that could be authorised by the DOF Permanent Secretary, which are 95%.
95% of specific types of spend, so that wouldn't then include the benefits or anything like that, so it's specific to kind of, if you like, core departmental spending. I've now realised that the way this table displays in your pack makes it microscopic.
I would turn to if you can turn your
computer on the side.
Well, if you can zoom your computer,
it's a weird thing.
It's okay on my computer. But
you see that? Yeah. In terms of actually just getting the whole thing as a piece, it becomes microscopic. Sorry about that.
Okay, so in any case, members, it is in a spreadsheet there, and as I say, those amounts do not reflect the full level of resource and capital available. Accounting officers must assess spending plans against the level of funding they can reasonably expect to receive. This assessment must take account of the parameters provided by DOF in these contingency planning envelopes. Those contingency planning envelopes will be superseded by any budget subsequently agreed by the Executive. So, members, if we're agreed, we'll copy this correspondence to other statutory committees.
Chair, could I just have a quick...
Give me 1 second, Steve, when I just finish this bit, and then I'll bring members in. If we're agreed, we'll copy this to other statutory committees. Now, members, I'll just say, first of all, it's useful that we have these spreadsheets, but obviously it's now a very grave, serious situation in the sense that we're now nearly 2 months into the financial year without an agreed budget. I don't need to labour that point. We've talked about it in other fora, but this is really concerning. It's sort of worth putting on the record, I guess, that the 95%, there's a widespread view that we need to have more funding from the UK government that I think all of us share, but what this makes clear is that we're not getting we can't even spend the amount that we do have. If in the absence of an agreed budget, we can only spend 95% of it. So
that's of 25, 26, not even the allocation.
Indeed, that's not the allocation. So the absence of a budget is in a sense making the situation even worse. So it's very grave. I would suggest, members, that given we have the Minister up in front of us in a fortnight, he will be able to give us I would hope, a more live update in terms of where executive agreement is or isn't. And obviously 6 months ago or thereabouts he told us he was 10 out of 10 confident there was going to be executive agreement, but we will have him up so he can update us then. We can probably kind of expect to see him then, but I do think we should have a written update from the department in terms of where their view is on both on the budget, if they can give us a live perspective. I know these political discussions will be happening in real time, but on where the budget is, but also contingency budget planning, I think is the critical point. Are they prepared? Is further guidance being prepared for departments? What contingencies are being put in place for over the summer, and what monitoring, what advice is going out? Really, I suppose, further to this letter, which was not a Dear Accounting Officer letter. I'm not quite sure why. That's perhaps a technical point, but I do think we need an urgent written update for next week that we can discuss at our committee, because we are, as of next week, will be nearly 2 months in. But I'll bring in Steve Aiken and Deputy Chair if you want to. No, just Steve Aiken. Just a very quick one.
I was thinking it was the Minister for Economy who yesterday was mentioning it and saying she would spend up to 95% of her budget, or had up to 95%, which I thought was quite unusual because previously they only been allowed to spend up to 45% by July. And so they're already assuming that they're not going to get anything agreed, so they're just kicking it out to 95%. Is that what the says?
Technically. The vote on account allows, and it's a normal process, the vote on account allows spending up to 45% for the start of this financial year until a new budget number 2 bill can be put in place, usually in June. So this contingency kicks in technically at the end of July. I'm saying the end of July. It's either the end of June or the end of July. I think it's the end of July, where the Permanent Secretary's role, as in legislation that applies to this, allows him to authorise departments to spend 95% of the 25-26 budget, which is currently the budget that they're allowed to spend 45%. So essentially, yes, that just expands out the envelope they're allowed to spend. It doesn't mean, when we talked about this, it's not the 31 billion, it's the 18 billion, and not all of it. So there's a lot of spending that will happen because it's drawdown from UK government or whatever in terms of benefits, etc. But anything where departments are specifically responsible and it's within their core budgets, there will be that tighter envelope, which obviously won't even be as large as the envelope that they might have been anticipating for 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29.
So this is basically taking off the pressure off them to agree a budget by July, and because it means they don't have to worry about it until September.
It's an emergency process, so it hasn't technically kicked in, doesn't have to yet. What the Permanent Secretary has done is highlight to departments, this is what will happen if we reach that point. We know the 45% is likely to take them into the summer, potentially as far as September. So this is the Permanent Secretary basically preparing for what he will have to do under legislation if we reach that point in July where there is no agreed
So
budget.
it's the Northern Ireland Act that allows him to do that.
Effectively, yes.
So basically the Northern Ireland Act said,
we have the detail on what it is.
Plan on 95%, and by the end of it, is what basically it puts saying.
He can tell departments that they can, but it would still, I think, need to be regularised through a vote here. But in any case, I mean, in one sense, that's important legal detail. But the more important bit is that we get from the department, and ideally in a fortnight, the minister, and maybe even before then, an agreed budget, kind of an urgent clarification on what's happening with.
Where's that leave us with the budget bills?
Excuse me, budget bill would have been expected, budget bill number 2 would have been expected in June. Following the estimates in June. The main estimates will still come from Westminster. Westminster's still having that process. We'll still have a June monitoring round because those will have to be managed. We need to know where we are in terms of what money is available, so that will all happen. Normal procedure from that would then be a number 2 bill for authorising spend as per 26-27 budget. If a 26-27 budget hasn't necessarily been agreed and there can't be a budget number 2 bill, then this emergency scenario that is led by the DOF Permanent Secretary comes into play with the 95% of specific type of budget based on 25-26.
So I think, members, we need an urgent update from the department on other contingency planning, including for what you've just discussed, Steve, which is budget bill planning, and of course where things are with agreement or not agreement on the multi-year budget, including conversations with the UK government and the Treasury. I think we would all want to see engagement from the UK government on this, but it's also the reality that they are clearly in chaos at the minute. There's a new Chief Secretary of the Treasury as of the last few days. I would speculate as to how well read in she is or isn't to this, or what briefing she's getting, but one would hope that the Finance Minister is seeking an early meeting with her to clarify and to get resolution. But I think we need answers to all those questions.
Okay.
ASAP.
I think we'll get it in a fortnight.
No, I think we need to get answers to these questions by next Wednesday, the next time we meet.
Yeah.
Is what we need. But we'll, in a fortnight we have the Minister up in front of us.
That's what I'm just
But
saying.
we need all these answers to these questions by next Wednesday.
So we can ask the question.
Watching.
Okay.
Deirdre?
It's just the British government's lack of response has been even before their internal party chaos as well. So I'm assuming, Peter, there's been no feedback from Treasury or the Secretary of State then to the letters that even we've sent them on these issues?
Not in terms of this, and there are a couple of outstanding letters to the former CST. Obviously the new CST has come into place, Lucy Rigby, and our NIO letters as well. So the committee has written to both urging that they engage with the executive in terms of budget planning, but we've had no response.
Well, let's send another one then, if people are content, as well as urging the department, because I think, you know, if the executive's position is that they are seeking and are not receiving engagement from the UK government on specific points and funding, we need to understand what precisely they're asking for, whether there is a live negotiation, and whether Sorry, are you going to update me with some important
No,
information?
this it's just we've pinned down a quote from the committee's budget debate last week. The Minister had indicated a paper had gone to Treasury from the executive,
so
indicating
we'll ask
how
for
they want to.
we can ask them for a specific follow-up on that, but can I suggest we copy it to the NIO for all the use that is, but also to the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, and that might be somewhat more use, and possibly even the Treasury Select Committee to underline the urgency of this for this place, particularly because, I mean, if this is what is being, if there is a specific negotiation that is or isn't happening, we need to understand it, understand what the various positions are. So I think we need to understand from the executive, from the department, what they are planning for, what their engagement is or isn't with the UK government, what they're expecting, what engagement is or isn't happening. And obviously, if we don't get answers, we need as much of this by next Wednesday, but we can clarify a lot of it with the Minister. Members are content with that. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add, I was looking at my assembly question. I had one in on this. The clerk had said that June monitoring rounds will progress. Well, that's not what the Minister said to me. I specifically asked about this, so he has come back to me when I asked about June monitoring and said dates for 26-27 monitoring rounds will be confirmed following the agreement of a budget. So to me, that was
correction to what I said.
That's another thing that we need clarity on.
It's a new thing. It's a process that we've not necessarily encountered in recent times.
Just because I had asked that, I'll forward
Chair, I would still assume, though, that there'll have to be something coming through that will at least clarify how Westminster main estimates, any Barnett consequentials will be dealt with. That will then be outside that normal monitoring process.
I just think we need, as Finance Committee, we have an extraordinarily urgent and grave situation here, which is that there is not an agreement on an executive budget. We have outstanding uncertainty around whether there is or isn't an active negotiation with the UK government, which we know is in basically, I don't know what it is, it's like in turmoil, kind of, who knows, a monitoring round which may or may not happen, a budget bill which may or may not happen, and departments operating to 95% of a budget that the executive says is too low in the first place. Well, that's a kind of mandatory 5% cut they're giving themselves on top of the budget that's already too low. So we need to understand ASAP what the plan is. Okay, we'll then move on to item 9.2, which is a notification of an intention to make an oral statement, which is next Tuesday on the Transformation Fund. So there's actually a matter arising which will go to that now. Or should we just do that now? Can I do that now? Just to get it out of the way, members. So at item under matters arising, which we may not get all the matters arising done today. We may have to bring some of them back next week. But there is a matter arising on page 8. Yes, okay, thank you. 11.8 under matters arising relates to, yes, both 11.7 and 11.8 relate to transformation funding. We requested information on the drawdown. Page 387, we requested information on the drawdown of the transformation funding, including expenditure to date and full spend profile for Tranche 1 projects. That's page 387. We also requested an update on the status of Round 2 awards, and now we know, because I've just told you that there's going to be an oral statement next week. If members are content with all that information we have, we'll be able to ask the Finance Minister in the Chamber about it next week.
For 11.8 as well. Okay.
I think I did, didn't I?
It is pretty much it. It is.
I think I did, basically, because it was the next week's announcement.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that's the oral statement. 9.3 is Chairperson's Liaison Group. Members there, under 9.3, there is page 364, sorry, and 9.3 is a copy of the Chairperson's Liaison Group meeting agenda, which took place yesterday, Tuesday 19th of May 2026. That is really just to note. 9.4 relates to, is the table pack, relates to our visit to Integrate, and they've very kindly put up an intranet story about our visit to Integrate. They can send us the traffic data for how many people enthusiastically clicked on that intranet story. I'm sure loads. I'm sure they were the most popular item.
If you've seen the internet, it may well, or the intranet, it may well be.
Anyway, no comment. Agenda item 10, draft minutes of the meeting held on the 6th of May. They're page 366. If members are content, I will sign them. Content? Right. Agenda item 11, matters arising. Now, 11.1 is relates to the NI Affairs Committee response from the Minister on the open book exercise. 377 of the meeting pack is where that is. Members will recall the NI Affairs Committee wrote to the Finance Minister asking about publication of the recent findings of the Open Book exercise. Questions were also asked about which findings were contested by the Department. The Minister has replied, this is to the NI Affairs Committee, which they've copied to us, indicating that the final document is a Treasury document and as such its publication is not a decision for the Executive alone. A number of areas of disagreement have been highlighted, including differences in average property prices, differences in the non-domestic property tax base, overstated comparisons of spend per head in health and education, adjustments needed for service delivery, and the need for the Executive to manage additional pressures within its budget. Now, there's a related item, which is a DAL readout response on the Open Book exercise. That's at page 380 of the meeting pack. And if you go to that, it says, on the 22nd of April, the committee requested an oral briefing with officials to update members on further engagement following the exercise. Members also asked if the Minister intends to restart negotiations with the Treasury, and obviously that connects to what we've just discussed around the multi-year budget. The Department has replied to indicate that, quote, the Finance Minister, along with Executive colleagues, is in ongoing discussions with the British Government. There has been no response to the committee's request for oral briefing. Now, I think members at some point will have to ask either the Minister but also officials about the detail. For what it's worth, despite what is sometimes said about the opposition's position in relation to the UK government's position, I think there's some very questionable assumptions made in the Treasury document. It's pretty high level, to be generous, and pretty jaundiced in some of its analysis. There's probably some legitimate points too, but I think it would probably help if the Executive had a systematic kind of response/rebuttal. But that's perhaps just my opinion, because we've now had this situation where this Open Book exercise was kind of agreed by the Executive and is now kind of become this slightly farcical situation where no one's willing to publish it. In fact, it's absurd that the British government itself isn't publishing it. If they think it's such a great document, then why aren't they publishing it? I think it frankly just demeans the whole devolved financial settlement. If I'm honest, I think it treats us all like fools. But in any case, I hope at some point this document will be, it's now in wide circulation, but not actually officially published, so members of the public can't see it. But I intend to keep pressing, and I hope eventually it will be published and it can be challenged and taken apart and interrogated, rather than simply become this strange document that's hidden away. If anybody wants to come in on that?
Chair, the Minister may well be able to clarify for the committee whether the paper from the Executive did that job of
the paper that went from the Executive to
the Treasury, whether that
refuted
anything or pushed back. One would assume that there would have been a certain amount of that required. However, obviously we have no details, but the Minister should be able to confirm that. That would be useful to know.
Well, I think we do. I mean, the more kind of public, ultimately the conversation on need progressed because there was rigorous public discussion and proof of the ways in which the need calculation for Northern Ireland was not right, and that led to an outcome which was the updated fiscal framework, which the previous Finance Minister, Keith Archibald, worked on, and that proved that if you're making a public argument in detail, sometimes works. So anyway, we will hopefully we'll have the chance to ask the Minister, but hopefully we'll have a budget agreed at some point soon. Okay, 11.3 is a series of Dallow extracts. We start with 11.4, which relates to the Nix estate strategy, which is at page 382. The committee previously asked the Department of Finance about the alignment between the estate strategy and strategic asset management unit. The department has set out responsibilities and rules of SAMU, as the asset management unit is called, highlighting crossover and engagement between SAMU and the properties division. Says the properties division is responsible for the strategic direction, planning decisions and management of the Nix office estate. The department states that they had distinct but complementary roles to, quote, ensure a coherent, transparent and centrally aligned approach to managing public sector assets. Members, we are having a briefing on the estate strategy next week, so we can ask about that then, including alignment with the estates management strategy. We can note this in the meantime, unless anybody wishes to comment on it. No, okay. Right, now 11.5 relates to the AO pilot. It's at page 384. The committee previously asked the department for its response on the proposed way forward, addressing the recommendations within the evaluation report on the AO pilot, Talent Dog, brackets the thing run by Talent Dog, the department indicates that there have been improvements made for the administrative officer competition in the areas of design, planning, governance and oversight, communications. Communication. It would have been quicker to learn where they didn't find areas to make improvement, to be perfectly honest, because I've got about 7 or 8 there. So there are lots of improvements. So that would indicate that it didn't work very well in the first place. Well, I've got to read out what's in front of me and I'm trying to speed it up. In fact, I had someone come up to me at the Balmoral show telling me about how their daughter had been through a very suboptimal AO recruitment. Anyway, I don't know if anybody else wishes to talk about this, but it does, we may want to reflect on it in our next inquiry. No? Okay. Right. Well, we'll add it to the evidence base if members are content. Yeah. 11.6, salary readout response in relation to sickness, absence. So that's at page 385. Following previous readout response, the committee asked for further detail about resource constraints, which has ended the publication of quarterly sickness absence. The department indicates the quarterly sickness absence statistics were temporarily suspended due to capacity constraints within the relevant bit of the department seconded from NISRA. The capacity constraints arose from a number of factors. The next HR funded analytical work is aimed at strengthening understanding of the underlying factors. This work has moved beyond headline reporting to examine workforce composition, departmental variation and other contributory factors to support more evidence-led policy and operational responses. The initial report of work completed by the end of March 26 remains in draft this time. So I'm not entirely clear from this when we're going to get this data set back or if we are going to get it back.
Well, the Chair, they're indicating that they will do this annually. However, what they're saying there is they're going to unpack it a bit more, which is what the committee looked at quite a number of months ago and was asking them to do, to actually look at the trends in sick absence. So that would be demographic issues, long-term sickness and so on. So if the work is going to do that and unpack it, it may ultimately be more useful.
I do still want the data because, with the greatest respect, our evidence session earlier on had a lot of verbiage and a lot of aspiration and a lot of language, and I think the data is going to be absolutely critical in terms of our civil service work. So, I think we should write back and say we want to be guaranteed there will be a data set that continues to be published, because with quite a lot of words, including from us, but particularly from senior people in the civil service about actions they are taking, and we need to make sure there's data that's being collected. 11.7. Yes,
we heard from the head of the civil service how important things were and everything. She was able to say how good things were because of NISRA was given lots of data to the system. And that's how they were demonstrating their effectiveness. Now we hear that
they're not publishing it. Exactly.
They're not publishing. So, I'm not going 6-7 about this. See that 6-7? We get the sort of the youth vote in here, but it doesn't make sense. So we can't have the head of the civil service telling us that NISRA data is telling them how well they're doing, and we're also saying that we can't get any NISRA data because they're not available.
I completely agree, Stephen. I think that's why we need to go back with kind of urgency and say, given what we are looking at and given the conversation we had with the head of the civil service, we want to know that this data set is going to be collected and collated and published in some form, because just kind of verbiage about how things are improving or how actions that may be taken at some point in the future really pales in comparison to actually collected data that's properly collected. Members are content, right? 11.9 relates to the banking and financial services inquiry follow-up briefing. Following the oral briefing on recommendations of the bank inquiry report, the committee asked for further detail on a number of issues. The department has provided this detail on interactions with UKG in relation to financial services matters, committing to keeping the committee updated as appropriate, legislative developments impacting on financial services matters, updates on the financial inclusion strategy and engagement in cross-border financial services matters. The Department for Economy has provided an update on the credit union consultation and related matters. DFE has also advised there's currently no plans for feasibility study on a mutual bank. Confirmation is also given the Department is awaiting the provision of written evidence from the Association of British Insurers about the impact of non-regulation of claims management companies. Again, we'll be updated. Can I ask members if we're agreed that before the summer recess we get a further update, including on engagement between the Department and the UK Government on what is planned? In the King's speech, they mentioned a financial services bill of some kind. I would like to know if they're engaging with them on that and what it might mean for the North. If we're agreed. 11.10 is a Dallow extract relating to is more Dallow extracts from the 22nd of April. 11.1 is relates to support for energy costs. That is at page 425. Following the meeting On the 22nd of April, thank you, Clarita, the committee asked for details on the status of the 81 million allocated for delivery of a comparable scheme. The department has indicated the details of the scheme under consideration cannot be confirmed as the business case has been submitted for final approval, including associated AME funding, to ensure the preferred option is comparable to the scheme in Britain. Obviously, we would like to be kept abreast of that, I think, but that's an update to note. The LCM tracker is 11.12. That's at page 426 to note.
Sir, Chair, just to go back on about the energy costs.
Yes.
It's interesting to say that details of the scheme under consideration cannot be confirmed at this stage because I've already submitted a business case. So there is details of the scheme, or else they wouldn't have been able to submit the business case.
Concerned and jumping the gun.
Well, in fairness, they might have. There might be some kind of ongoing. So first of all, we should probably share this with the Economy Committee. Yeah. Secondly, if there's some ongoing policy developments or back and forth, the Treasury and sort of specifically designed, it's not totally unreasonable that they wouldn't send us like a, I don't know, like a draft, like a detailed paper on the design of the plan. However, we should ask to see one as soon as it's.
The only curious thing I would say, Chair, is it says categorically that the business case has been submitted to the Treasury for final approval. So it's not back and forth. It's gone to the Treasury for final approval. But also included associated AME funding. And if we remember what happened over the whole RHI business and the rest of it, I think it's quite important we understand what they're asking for.
Agreed, exactly. That's why I think we should be back. We should go back to them. Yeah. So yes, the 11.12 is an LCM tracker. So yes, I think that's a fair question, Steve, and that we keep on top of that. 11.12 is the LCM tracker. It's at page 426. We get that on a bi-monthly basis. 11.13. But I note, as is pointed out, the Hillsborough bill seems to have stalled or dropped off the face of the
yeah, it's not there.
That's a Westminster thing. They seems to have just gone for God knows what reason. Anyway, 11.13 relates from the Economy Committee in relation to the Mid-South West growth deal. That's at page 427. The Economy Committee has written to the Finance Minister asking about the progress of the Mid-South West region growth deal and likely timing of next milestones. Our committee's been copied in as a correspondence, and we'll get the reply in due course. 11.14 relates to is from the Procedures Committee about departmental minutes on contingent liabilities. That's at 429. We previously wrote to the Procedures Committee about departmental minutes on contingent liabilities and lack of agreed procedures for raising same. The Procedures Committee has considered the matter and agreed there's no capacity for that committee to take on additional issues at this stage, but are adding it to their legacy report for a new committee in the new mandate. That's to note. 11.15 is the Fiscal Council bill. That is the annotated marshal list and minutes of proceedings for the consideration of the NI Fiscal Council bill. That's the further consideration stages. No,
that's
that'll be tomorrow.
Come out of consideration stage. So, members, we get an updated everything once each stage complete.
Okay. 12. We've got a few bits of correspondence. Which we hopefully 12.1 is correspondence from an individual seeking support for legislative conform. That's at 436. Seeking support for legislative reform to allow courts to order the payment of an interim lump sum during financial remedy proceedings. I'm not sure it's for us to.
The related item kind of goes into that.
Right. Okay. Sorry. 12.5 is related item. It's from the Justice Committee in relation to interim sum orders and financial remedy proceedings. It's page 14 of the table pack. So there's related correspondence from the Justice Committee. The committee received similar correspondence and agreed to send it to both the Justice and Finance Departments for a response to the proposal and points raised. As usual, we've been copied into the correspondence as a courtesy. So we will forward this to the Department of Justice asking for an assessment of the proposal, and if the Department is actively considering the points raised, again highlights the irritating anomaly of civil law matters being in the Finance Department and our time being taken up with stuff that is more properly dealt with by a Justice Department, which is responsibility for law and the courts, rather than the Finance Department, which has lots to deal with, including, and as it does our committee. 12.2 is correspondence from an individual who to request that this committee examines the matter of MLA pay. As members will be aware, MLA pay is made by an independent body, and I don't think this would be I don't think people would. Clearly a controversial matter and of some public commentary, but I don't think we would be the best judges or scrutinisers of that for obvious reasons. But members, we will inform the the individual, that it wouldn't be for this committee to look at. Not that that's a comment on the legitimacy of any points they raise about the subject. They're very entitled to have views on it. 12.3 is other correspondence from a particular individual whose correspondence is dealt with via a previously agreed process, and that's to note. 12.4, enhance our transcript on our banking inquiry follow-up. We're hopefully going to get, as I say, a written follow-up on banking-related matters before the end of recess. And if the Dallow has noted, we would like specific updates on the points we raised, including any engagement at this stage with the UK Government on the Financial Services Bill. Agenda 13 is draft forward work programme. We have a few important things coming up, which the clerk will update us on.
So, members, forthcoming plenary business, obviously there's further consideration stage of AFP and Fiscal Council bills on the 26th of May. Dallow's indicated final stages are going to slide slightly because of the heavy legislative programme around the Justice Bill. Those will slide probably to Monday the 15th, so that would bring those to an end before the summer recess. Baby loss certificates regulation debate, as we know, on next Tuesday, and members will probably want to contribute to that. We're looking for a SAMU and LPS strategic overview of land and property assets, 10th of June. Legal complaints and regulation oral briefing has moved from May to the 26th, to October 2026, purely because that person hasn't been appointed yet. We need to kind of get a person to come in front of us who is doing that job. So if members are content, we will seek a written update in the meantime on the work that's been done, if members are in agreement. Thank you. Chair, go ahead and ask for publication, etc.
Yes, members, sorry, apologies. If we're content, we'll publish the FWP on the committee web pages as the forward work programme. Okay, Agenda 14 is any of the business? Yes, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, just wanted to say thanks to the clerk team for the work getting us out to Balmoral show last week. I thought that it was really, really good to be there once again. Whenever it was on the schedule, all the different committees thought it would look quite good, and I don't know if anybody else got it, or maybe I just coincidentally happened to be standing there, but there were a few people actually approached to talk to some people about finance, and some of the staff came and got me out in the background a couple of times, but it was just interesting, people keen to engage, just wider, general tax base, how does it compare to any other jurisdictions, and it's just interesting, people coming in looking to see what committees were there, and they actually came back at the time finance were there, so I thought it was really good, and just good to go. I just want to say thanks for that and for all the work that went into organising it.
Well, thank you. You've shown me up there for not remembering to thank the staff.
Sure,
can I add my very profuse thanks to the committee staff for getting us out. It was a really useful engagement and really constructive, and obviously because a lot of our scrutiny is often quite dry stuff, whether that's finances or the civil service, it is really important to get out and you can't get more real than the Balmoral show, and it was really useful, and so thank you very much.
Chair, if we can just add our thanks to the communications and engagement teams who were on the stall all day, every day, and really did provide us with a huge amount of support, including all those graphics and the stuff on the touchscreen, everything that was them, plus the videos that were made, etc. So they put a huge amount of work into that. It was really, really useful.
They did, yeah. And I hope you didn't, people weren't trying to get you to, us, you probably could, the rest of us couldn't do their accounts for them, and I don't think that would be maybe a potential source of revenue, but anyway. Okay, if there's no other business, then I'll just put the question to the committee. Sorry, I'll tell you what the date, time and place of the next meeting is. It's here, 2 o'clock next week, Wednesday 27th, and I'll put the question to the committee. Do now adjourn, the committee's adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate chamber.